Chosen one. Heaven has paused everything to draw your attention to this moment. You are not here by coincidence, not scrolling by mistake, not listening by chance. There is a divine interruption taking place. You feel it. Even now the air seems heavier. Your heart beats faster, and something inside you whispers, "This is for me." That whisper is not your imagination. It is heaven calling you by name. You have walked through days that felt endless, nights that felt suffocating, tears dried on your pillow. Yet no one saw them but God. People looked at you and thought you were fine. But the invisible battles you carried nearly crushed you. And yet you are still here. That survival itself is proof that you are chosen. Stop for a moment and breathe. You are not like the rest. You were never meant to blend in. The Lord marked you, separated you, and guarded you even when you thought He was silent. Think back to those times you should have broken down completely, but something held you together. That something was not your own strength, it was divine preservation. The Word of God declares in the book of Psalms, chapter 23, verse 4, "Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and staff comfort me." Chosen one. That verse was never meant to stay on paper. It was meant to wrap around your life like a shield. You have walked through valleys darker than others can imagine, and yet you kept walking. You did not pitch your tent in despair. You moved forward, step by trembling step, and heaven took note. Let me tell you a story. There was once a young woman, ordinary in the eyes of many. She faced rejection from her family, betrayal from friends, and seasons of silence where prayers seemed to bounce back from the ceiling. She thought she was forgotten, but every night she whispered a prayer, "God, don't let me go." Years later, on an ordinary morning, a prophetic word reached her. It told her that her waiting had not been wasted, that her suffering was being turned into strength. That morning changed everything. She later realized all the delay was not denial, it was preparation. That young woman's story is not far from yours. You too have waited. You too have endured. And like her, you are standing at the edge of your turning point. October 1st has been marked for you. A date that looks ordinary on calendars is written in bold in heaven. It is the day pain will break and prophetic doors will swing wide. Think of your life as a locked garden. The enemy has tried to keep you fenced in, tried to keep joy and destiny away from you. But October 1st is the day the divine gardener arrives with keys. He does not just unlock the gate. He restores the soil, waters the dry places, and plants seeds that will spring up overnight. What once looked barren will bloom. You may ask, why me? Why am I being called the chosen one? Because your scars are proof of survival. Because every disappointment forged endurance in you. Because when others quit, you held on. And because heaven has a pattern, it raises warriors out of the wounded, leaders out of the rejected, healers out of the broken. Imagine yourself as a clay jar, cracked, chipped, seemingly unworthy. Yet it is through the cracks that light escapes. Without those scars, the brilliance inside of you would never shine so bright. That is why you cannot despise your pain. It has positioned you for purpose. Chosen one. October 1st is not just about relief from suffering, it is about divine commissioning. Our door is opening, but with doors come assignments. You will be asked to step boldly, to speak truth where lies dominate, to bring peace where chaos reigns. Your story will no longer be just about survival. It will be about leadership, influence, and transformation. Do you feel the stirring inside? That is the Spirit breathing courage back into you. The shame you carried is being lifted. The fear that silenced you is breaking. The uncertainty that paralyzed you is dissolving. You are rising, like an eagle catching a current of wind. And once you rise, you will not descend again to the same level. But hear me clearly, you cannot keep this word to yourself. Someone else is waiting for the light you carry. Someone is trapped in the very shadows you once walked through. They need your testimony, your courage, your breakthrough. This is why I urge you, share this message. Not for numbers or noise, but because obedience multiplies impact. Subscribe if you haven't yet, so that you remain connected to a stream of words that fuel your journey. And let your voice be heard below. Comment the number 111, a prophetic sign that you are aligned with the new beginning. This is the first step in a 30-part unfolding of your destiny. Each word will build upon the last, lifting you from confusion into clarity, from heaviness into freedom, from despair into divine momentum. Do not let this be another passing message. Take it, hold it, and declare it over your life. October 1st will not pass you by, it will crown you. And remember this, October 1st is not the finish line. It is the opening chapter of something greater. What is coming is not just the end of pain, but the unveiling of a mission that only you can carry. This season will not be marked by the wounds of yesterday, but by the wisdom those wounds gave you. Lift your eyes with expectation. Speak boldly in faith. Share this word so it multiplies beyond you. For chosen ones are never called to walk alone. This is your signal. Your appointed hour has arrived, and heaven is already moving on your behalf. Chosen one. October 1st is not just a date on a calendar, it is a line drawn in the Spirit. The heavens have written it as a pivot point. A moment where what was behind you loses its grip, and what is ahead of you bursts into view. You may not realize how much has been building toward this moment. The unanswered questions, the battles you did not choose, the nights you prayed without seeing a sign, all of it is converging into this appointed time. For years, you may have thought delay meant rejection. You looked at others advancing while you stood still, and you asked, Lord, why am I left behind? But heaven has been arranging something that could not be rushed. The promises written over your life required a maturity only pain could forge, a resilience only silence could form, a clarity only waiting could refine. October 1st represents not just an end of waiting, but the unveiling of why you had to wait. Picture a seed buried underground. To the eye, it seems forgotten, lifeless, and unseen. But beneath the soil, the roots were spreading, strengthening, anchoring. No one celebrates the roots, yet they are the reason the tree survives the storm. Your hidden season was not wasted, it was root work. Now, the sprout is breaking through, and October 1st is the sunrise it has been waiting for. As was spoken in the book of Isaiah, chapter 60, verse 1, Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. That is not a poetic promise. It is your prophetic reality. You have hoped. even when your hope felt thin. You have clung, even when your grip was weak. Heaven never counted your strength against you. Heaven counted your persistence. And now, that persistence is being exchanged for renewal. Consider the image of an eagle. When storms gather, smaller birds heed. But the eagle does something different. It stretches its wings and allows the winds to lift it higher. The very storm that buries others becomes the wind beneath its rise. That is what October 1st will be for you. The resistance you faced will not crush you. It will lift you. There was once a man who endured 10 years of what seemed like nothing but closed doors. His friends mocked him, calling him a failure. His family whispered that maybe God had forgotten him. He carried promises in his heart, but they felt like heavy stones instead of treasures. Yet he kept praying. He kept showing up. And then one day, a single phone call shifted everything. Opportunity that had been hidden found him. Later, when he looked back, he realized the delay had sharpened his character so that when the breakthrough came, he could carry it without losing himself. Chosen one, your story is following the same divine pattern. The waiting was never random. The pain was never meaningless. The silence was never abandonment. October 1st will be your moment of recognition, not only that your pain ends, but that it all had purpose. Think of your life as a tapestry. From the underside, it looks messy, threads knotted, collars tangled. No pattern visible. That is what you have been staring at during your struggle. But October 1st is when God flips the fabric to show the design from above. Suddenly, the chaos has meaning. The colors align, and the picture is breathtaking. This is why the Spirit whispers, do not despise what came before. The betrayals, the detours, the delays, they all carried threads of destiny. They wove resilience into your spirit. They pressed oil out of your life. Oil that cannot be bought in ease, but only pressed out in hardship. On October 1st, a prophetic door opens. Not a door you must break down by force. Not a door you must beg to enter. It is a door that heaven itself unlocks. One that no enemy can shut. This door is access to divine timing, to opportunities that carry your name, to relationships aligned with your assignment, and to spiritual authority that you did not have before. Pause and imagine yourself standing before that door. It is tall, ancient, radiant with light seeping through its cracks. The handle is not cold metal, but warm with glory. As you reach out, you realize something profound. The door was never locked against you. It was waiting for the appointed time. That time is now. And yet, with every new door comes responsibility. To walk through means to leave behind what no longer belongs. Old mindsets must be dropped. Old fears cannot be carried across the threshold. The bitterness that once felt justified must be released, for it cannot breathe in the new atmosphere. October 1st is not just the ending of pain, it is the ending of permission to live small. Your voice will carry weight after this moment. Where you were once ignored, you will be heard. Where you were overlooked, you will be seen. Where you were mocked, you will be honored. The difference will not be your talent, nor your effort, but the timing of heaven. For when heaven says, now, nothing can resist. Some may question this. They will say, how can a single day matter so much? But chosen ones understand that God works in appointed times. Think of the Israelites crossing the Jordan. For 40 years they wandered, but on a single day, the river parted and they stepped into promise. Think of Pentecost. The disciples waited in an upper room, but on a single day, the Spirit descended and history changed. October 1st carries that same weight for you, a kairos moment, an appointed shift. As you approach it, let your heart lean into expectation, not fear. Do not focus on what could go wrong. Focus on what heaven has already declared will go right. You are not standing on the edge of disaster. You are standing on the threshold of destiny. When that day dawns, remember this truth. You were never forgotten. You were being prepared. Every trial was a rehearsal for triumph. Every silence was a setup for a shout. Every wound was carving space for greater capacity. October 1st is not random. It is the harvest of everything you have endured. Chosen one. Lift your head. Straighten your back. The day is closer than you think. And when it comes, you will know, this is the moment heaven kept me alive for. Chosen one. Let us go deeper. October 1st is not just a door opening. It is the moment when heaven reveals why the enemy has fought you so hard. If your life felt surrounded by battles on every side, it was not because you were cursed. It was because you were carrying something too precious for the enemy to ignore. Darkness always attacks light before it shines. You may not realize it, but your very existence disrupts the enemy's plans. You carry an assignment that terrifies hell. When you walk into a room, the atmosphere shifts. When you speak, something in the spiritual realm trembles. This is why rejection came so early in your life. This is why misunderstandings followed you. This is why the enemy tried to convince you that you were ordinary. But heaven never called you ordinary. Heaven has always whispered your true name, chosen, set apart, destined, and the season you are about to step into will prove it. October 1st will not simply erase pain, it will crown you with authority. You will stand in places you thought were forever closed, and your voice will be heard where once it was silenced. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Isaiah, chapter 54, verse 17. No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and this is their vindication from me, declares the Lord. This is your heritage. Notice, it does not say weapons will not form. They will form. Words will be spoken against you. Plans will be plotted. But the promise is clear. They will not succeed. What the enemy meant for destruction will collapse. And it will collapse publicly. Those who once pointed fingers will watch God lift you higher. There was once a young man who carried a dream burning inside of him. Everywhere he went, people told him he was aiming too high. He faced betrayal, false accusations, and even seasons of imprisonment, much like Joseph of old. Yet, at the appointed time, the very skills he honed in silence were the ones that elevated him before kings. He realized the betrayal had been transportation, the prison had been preparation, and the pain had been a passageway. Your life carries the same rhythm. Do not despise the fight, for the fight has proven what you carry. The enemy would not invest so much energy in resisting you if your future was small. The resistance itself is prophecy. The battle is a sign of the breakthrough. And now, I speak to you directly. It is time to refuse the lies spoken over you. Lies that said, you are not enough. Lies that said, you missed your chance. Lies that said, God forgot you. October 1st is when those lies lose their grip, because truth is stepping in like light flooding a dark room. When you walk through this door, something inside you will shift permanently. You will no longer look at yourself as weak. You will no longer explain yourself to people who cannot see you. You will no longer carry shame for the things God has already forgiven. This is your time to stand tall. Chosen one. I want you to take a step of agreement even now. Write these words in the comments. Light defeats dark. Do not underestimate this simple act. It is not about writing for others to see. It is about declaring before heaven and earth that you accept your calling. Every time you declare it, you break agreement with the identity of defeat and step into the identity of victory. By writing it, you are saying, I will not hide anymore. I will not shrink back anymore. I will not let fear dictate my choices. I will rise. And when you rise, you will not rise alone. Heaven rises with you. Angels are dispatched. Favor is released. The atmosphere around your life changes. Picture yourself like a candle placed in a room that has been dark for years. The moment the flame is lit, the darkness cannot argue, cannot resist, cannot remain. That is you. October 1st is the match. Your agreement is the flame. Together, they ignite a light that will not be extinguished. So, lift your chin. Chosen one. The battle is proof. The resistance is evidence. The pain was prophecy in disguise. And the day of your vindication is closer than your next breath. And remember this. Chosen one. Darkness has never once won a battle against light. The instant light appears, darkness has no choice but to flee. That is why your declaration matters. When you write, light defeats dark, you are not typing mere words, you are igniting a fire in the unseen realm. It is a confession that cancels the power of shame, silences the echo of lies, and summons heaven's armies to surround you. Think of it like striking a match in a cave. For years, the cave has been cloaked in silence and shadows. But the single spark shifts everything. That is, you stepping into October 1st. The shadows that felt permanent will prove fragile. The silence that felt endless will break into song. And the loneliness that weighed heavy will give way to presence, God's presence. So near, so undeniable, that you will know, I was chosen for this moment, chosen one. Let us linger in the truth of what is unfolding. October 1st is not only a doorway to relief, it is a revelation of identity. You are being invited to see yourself as heaven has always seen you. Too often, your reflection has been shaped by pain, rejection, or the careless words of others. But this season is designed to peel away the false labels and reveal what has always been true. You are marked, appointed, and destined. There is power in knowing who you are. A lion cub may wander timidly if it has never heard its own roar. But once it recognizes the sound that comes from within, everything shifts. That is you now learning the weight of your voice, the authority of your presence, the brilliance of your light. This shift in identity will mark every step you take after October 1st. Your life until now has been like a mirror fogged by breath. You could see faint outlines of purpose, but not the clear image. The fog was doubt, delay, and discouragement. Now the Spirit of God is wiping it away. You will see yourself clearly for the first time in years. And in that clarity, you will recognize not just survival, but destiny. Scripture says in the Gospel of John, chapter 1, verse 5, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." Oh, these words do not describe only a universal truth. They describe your personal reality. Your light is not fragile. Darkness may surround it, but it cannot smother it. The struggles you faced were not evidence of your weakness, but of your radiance. The enemy fought to dim you because he knew he could not extinguish you. Imagine a lamp in a storm. Winds rage. Rien pour. And yet the flame persists. That lamp is not impressive because the storm is small. It is impressive because the storm is great, and the flame remains. This is why heaven calls you chosen, not because life was easy, but because in difficulty, your flame endured. Think of the many times you thought you would break, the moments of loss that left you breathless, the betrayals that cut deeper than words, the isolation that felt unbearable. Each of those moments seemed final, like the last straw. And yet, you woke up again. You put one foot in front of the other. Even when your faith felt threadbare, you still whispered prayers. That persistence was not wasted, it was recorded. There is a principle written across the sacred texts. What is sown in tears is reaped in joy. Your tears were not discarded, they were planted. Each one has been watering the ground of your future. On October 1st, you will see what those hidden seeds have grown into. The harvest may come suddenly, but it will not come cheaply. It was paid for in your pain. The truth is this: chosen ones are not shaped on mountaintops, but in valleys. The oil that anoints kings is pressed from olives, crushed in silence. The authority to speak life is forged in seasons where you yourself wrestled with despair. What you carry after October 1st will not be theoretical, it will be tested. That is why your words will carry power, because they will come from scars, not speculation. There was once a woman who carried shame for years, believing she was beyond repair. Every failure weighed like chains, every mistake like a brand on her soul. But one day, in a simple moment of prayer, she heard God whisper, "You are forgiven." At first, she dismissed it, but as the words echoed, something cracked open. That crack let light in. In time, she realized that the shame had never been her true name. Her story changed, not because her past was erased, but because she saw herself as heaven always had. Chosen one. You too are being renamed, not by the world, not by your past, not by your pain. You are being called by the name God gave you before you were born. October 1st is not just a calendar date, it is a naming ceremony. Think of Jacob, who wrestled through the night until dawn. He walked away limping, scarred by the struggle, but renamed as Israel, one who wrestled with God and prevailed. That is you. Your limp will not disqualify you. It will testify that you fought and survived. Your scars will not mark you as broken. They will reveal that you are unbreakable. In this new season, your vision will shift. Where you once saw barriers, you will see pathways. Where you once felt trapped, you will sense release. Where you once feared the future, you will anticipate it. This is the effect of identity restored. It changes not only how you see yourself, but how you see the world. Let your imagination consider this. Standing on a mountaintop at dawn, the horizon painted with colors you have never seen before. Behind you lies the valley you walked through, filled with shadows. But before you stretches a vista, wide and breathtaking. That moment, when the first light breaks the darkness, is October 1st. It is both a reminder of what you survived and a promise of where you are going. Chosen one, take this deeply. Nothing was wasted. Not the nights you cried, not the battles you lost, not the silence that seemed unbearable. Every piece of it has been woven into the fabric of your destiny, and on October 1st, you will begin to see the design. Stand firm in this truth. You are not stepping into a season by accident. You are stepping into a destiny by appointment. Heaven has aligned this moment with precision. You are not late. You are not behind. You are exactly on time. Chosen one. When heaven writes a date in bold, it is because something irreversible is set to unfold. October 1st is not a suggestion. It is an appointment. A door is about to open that you could never have forced with your own hands. It is a door only God could unlock. And the key was not in striving, but in surviving. You stood. You waited. And now you are being ushered into what has been promised. But I need you to hear this. Stepping through a prophetic door is not just about what you receive. It is about what you carry forward. This is where your journey connects with others. You are not only chosen for yourself, you are chosen to awaken light in others who are still trapped in shadows. There is a story of a man who had been walking in circles for years. He thought his life was wasted, his dreams long buried. One night, he stumbled upon a message that reminded him, "You are not forgotten." It felt like someone had reached into his heart and switched a lamp on. That light gave him the courage to rise again. And today, he is guiding others through the same valleys he once feared. One word, one reminder, changed his direction. You may not realize it, but this message you are hearing right now could be that same lamp for another soul. Someone else is scrolling, heavy-hearted, searching for a reason to hold on, and through you, they might find it. When you share this word, it is not about boosting numbers or following trends. It is about passing the torch. Imagine a candle lighting another candle. The first flame does not lose its strength, but the room becomes twice as bright. That is what happens when you let this message reach further. According to what is revealed in the book of Proverbs, chapter 11, verse 25, a generous person will prosper. Whoever refreshes others will be refreshed. Oh, chosen one, generosity is not just about money. It is about words, actions, and moments of encouragement. When you press share, you are not simply clicking a button, you are refreshing someone else's weary spirit. When you invite someone to subscribe, it is not about collecting numbers, it is about building a gathering place for the chosen, a sanctuary where voices of light are louder than voices of fear. Think of it like planting a tree. When you plant a seed, you may never sit in its shade, but someone else will. Sharing this word is like planting that seed. Subscribing is like watering the soil. Liking is like letting the sun warm it. And one day, many will sit under its branches, resting in the shade of encouragement you helped nurture. I will not tell you that you must. I will not say this is a condition. Destiny never moves by force, it moves by willingness. Just as God never forced you to believe, but invited you with love, so too this is an invitation. If the word here resonates, if you sense the spark inside your chest, Then let it flow outward. That way, your journey will not end with you. It will ripple outward like waves after a stone touches water. Picture yourself as that stone. When you fall into still water, circles begin to spread wider and wider. One touch becomes a movement. That is what happens when you carry this message forward. It will reach places you may never step into yourself, touching lives you may never meet in person. But heaven will know, and heaven will remember. October 1st will end your pain. Yes, but it will also commission you to multiply hope. A closed heart opens when it realizes it is not alone. Someone needs to know they are not forgotten. Someone needs to hear that their valley has an exit. You may be the reason they hear it. So let me speak to you plainly. If this word resonates with you, allow it to go further. Like this message, if it stirred something within you, that is your way of saying, I receive it. Share it if you feel someone you know is walking through their valley. Subscribe, not out of obligation, but so you remain close to this stream of reminders, encouragements, and prophetic truths. Think of it this way: when you like, it is like placing a stone on an altar, saying, this matters. When you share, it is like opening a window in a dark house, so light spills into every room. And when you subscribe, it is like planting your feet by a flowing river. You will always have water when the heat of life tries to dry you out. Chosen one. You were never meant to walk alone. The eagles that soar do not soar in flocks, but they are never truly solitary. They ride the same currents, lifted by the same winds. This community is a current of wind designed to lift you higher. Think of it as a symphony. One violin by itself is beautiful, but when joined with others, the sound fills the room in ways it never could alone. Your presence here, your agreement, your action, it makes the sound fuller, and someone out there is waiting to hear the harmony. This is why October 1st matters so deeply. It is not only about you being healed, it is about you being sent. Healed people heal others. Freed people free others. Encouraged people encourage others. What God pours into you is always meant to overflow. And when you let it overflow, it returns back to you, multiplied. This is the paradox of generosity. The more you release, the more you receive, not because you manipulated it, but because heaven designed it that way. When you refresh another, you are refreshed. When you strengthen another, you are strengthened. When you lift another, you find yourself lifted. So chosen one. Let the light in you ignite light in others. If this message touched your spirit, let it travel. Let it breathe beyond you. Allow it to become a spark in someone else's night. And as you do, know this: heaven sees, heaven records, and heaven multiplies. You are chosen. You are appointed. And the moment you let your light ripple outward, you become part of something greater than yourself. October 1st is not just your breakthrough. It is the start of a wave of breakthroughs that will spread far beyond what you can see. Chosen one. The rhythm of heaven is precise. The calendar of earth may look ordinary, but the clock of eternity is never random. That is why October 1st carries such weight. It is a hinge of history, a day that opens a door to what was long delayed. You may have felt that God was silent, but silence is not absence. It is often the quiet of a stage being set, of an orchestra tuning before the music begins. Every struggle you faced, Every delay you endured has been like instruments preparing in the dark, the strings tightening, the drums waiting. Then suddenly, the conductor raises his hand, and everything begins at once. October 1st is that raising of the hand, the moment when your story shifts from preparation to performance. You have felt like you were hidden away, like your voice didn't matter, but heaven has not overlooked you. Your name has been whispered in angelic meetings. Your tears have been recorded in the scrolls of eternity, and your perseverance has been seen. Chosen one. Nothing about your journey has been wasted. We find in the book of Philippians, chapter 4, verse 13, I can do all things through Christ who gives me strength. End of 4. That strength has carried you further than you thought possible. Not because you were always strong, but because grace was poured out when your strength ended. Think back to the moments when you said, I can't go on, yet somehow you did. That was not willpower, it was divine empowerment. And it will be the same empowerment that ushers you through the door on October 1st. Let me tell you a story. A man once carried a promise he could barely believe. Every door seemed to slam shut. He worked tirelessly, yet results slipped through his fingers. At night, he wept, asking, Lord, did I misunderstand? But then, in one single week, everything shifted. The opportunities he had chased for years came knocking. Later he understood. The delay was not punishment, it was alignment. If it had come earlier, he would not have been ready. That is the lesson you must carry now. What looked like wasted years were actually years of alignment. You were being strengthened for something greater than you imagined. And October 1st is when alignment meets opportunity. Imagine a lock with many pins. For years it felt like the key would not turn, like you kept rattling against resistance. But one day, every pin clicks into place, and the lock opens smoothly. That is what October 1st will feel like, the sudden ease of destiny, aligning. But here is what heaven is asking. Do not step through this door silently. Declare your agreement. Put your voice into alignment with what God is doing. This is why I ask you to type these prophetic numbers in the comments. 2222. It is not about the digits themselves. It is about the symbol they carry. 2 is the number of agreement, of covenant, of confirmation. By writing it, you are saying, I come into agreement with heaven. I confirm that I am ready to walk through the door. I align myself with what God is declaring over me. Chosen one. Understand this deeply when you type it. It is not just your fingers moving on a screen. It is your spirit making a declaration in the unseen realm. Angels take note. Darkness trembles. The atmosphere around your life shifts. And heaven says, here is one who believes. Think of a seed again. When you press it into the soil, it looks small, even insignificant. But under the earth, it begins to crack, to grow roots, to reach for light. Your prophetic act of writing 2222 is that seed. It may feel small, but it is charged with life, and soon it will burst through into visible fruit. Do not underestimate the power of agreement. When Israel marched around Jericho, the walls did not fall because of their strength, but because of their agreement with God's instruction. When the disciples prayed in one accord, the Spirit fell with fire. Agreement is the key that multiplies impact Your comment may look like 4 simple numbers, but in the spirit, it is a shout of victory. October 1st is not about chance, it is about covenant. Covenant that God has not abandoned you. Covenant that His promises are still alive. Covenant that what He began in you, He will finish. Every time you write 2222, you are stamping your life with that covenant, declaring that you are aligned with heaven's timing. Let this truth settle in your heart. Your journey has been leading here. The nights of silence, the tears no one saw, the valleys that felt endless, all of them are converging into breakthrough. The lock is turning, the curtain is lifting, the music is beginning, and you, chosen one, are stepping into your prophetic stage. Lift your head, straighten your back. October 1st is not the day you are forgotten, it is the day you are revealed. The struggle will end, and the story will begin, and you will know, without question, that you were chosen for such a time as this. And do not overlook the weight of what you just declared. Writing 2222 is more than leaving a trace on a screen. It is a prophetic mark in your timeline. Just as a signature on a covenant seals agreement, so too these numbers seal your alignment with the door that opens on October 1st. You are saying, I am not walking in circles anymore. I am walking into destiny. The Spirit recognizes it. The angels respond to it. And your own soul is reminded, you are not stuck. You are chosen. Agreement in the unseen releases movement in the seen. Chosen one. Pause here and let yourself breathe in the reality of what heaven is preparing. October 1st is not a vague encouragement. It is a specific moment carved out of eternity for you. This is why the weight of the past season was so heavy, because something was being refined in you that required fire, silence, and even breaking. Your story has been like a furnace. The heat has been unbearable at times, and you wondered if you would survive. Yet furnaces have a holy purpose. They do not destroy gold. They reveal it. Impurities rise to the surface so that the metal shines brighter than before. You have been walking through your own fire, not to be consumed, but to emerge as pure gold. Every tear you cried was a drop of refining fire. Every night you thought you could not endure was another layer of dross being stripped away. Now you stand ready, not fragile, but forged. This is why heaven whispers, October 1st is not your end. It is your unveiling. It was proclaimed in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 1, verse 7. For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of a sound mind. Fear has stalked you like a shadow. Fear of failure. Fear of rejection. Fear of never escaping the cycles that bound you. But fear was never your inheritance. Power is your portion. Love is your covering. A sound mind is your crown. This shift in identity is part of what the new season unlocks for you. Think of a soldier who has trained for years, often without knowing when the battle will arrive. There are days of routine, discipline, and repetition. It seems endless and thankless. But when the battle finally comes, every moment of training is revealed as necessary. You have been in training. Your patience, your endurance, your ability to stand when everything crumbled, these were not punishments. They were preparation. There was once a woman who walked through 10 years of loss. Every plan she touched seemed to wither. Friends drifted away. Family mocked her. Her prayers felt unanswered. And yet, she clung. She continued to believe. Then one day, in the simplest of ways, her season shifted. An opportunity appeared where none had been before, and she was ready. The years of loss had taught her compassion, resilience, and vision. When the blessing came, she could carry it without being crushed by it. Chosen one. Your life mirrors hers. The heaviness was not wasted. It was pressing out oil that will anoint you for what comes next. Do not despise the pressing, because it produced something priceless inside you. Imagine your heart as a vineyard. For years, it felt like the vines were barren, like no fruit would come. But in truth, the roots were sinking deeper, drawing from hidden waters. Now the season of fruit is approaching. October 1st is the moment the first grapes appear. And from those grapes, wine will flow. Wine that will not only satisfy you, but will bring joy and strength to others. This is the rhythm of heaven. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is random. Even the pain is recycled into purpose. Even the silence is transformed into strength. Chosen one. I want you to reflect on this. How many times did you think the story was over? How many times did you prepare to give up completely? Yet somehow, you are still here. That survival is testimony enough. It proves that you were never abandoned, even when it felt otherwise. You were preserved for this very season. Let your heart rest in this truth. You are not behind. You did not miss your moment. You are exactly where you are meant to be. The delay was not failure. It was timing. And the timing is now shifting. Picture the dawn after a long night. At first, the horizon only hints at light, and you doubt whether the sun will truly rise. But slowly, the glow spreads, and the first rays pierce the darkness. Before you realize it, the night has vanished, and the world is transformed. That is your story. October 1st is your dawn. The night is ending, and the sun is rising on your calling. The world around you may not understand. They may still see you as you once were, not as you are becoming. Do not be discouraged by that. People are often slow to recognize transformation, but heaven already celebrates it. What matters most is not that others see it first, but that you embrace it. Chosen one. Step into this season with courage. The spirit of fear is broken. The chains of shame are loosed. The lies of insignificance are silenced. You are stepping out of the furnace carrying fire, not ashes. You are stepping out of the valley carrying fruit, not emptiness. There is a beauty to scars that cannot be ignored. Scars tell stories of battles fought, of wounds endured, of healing that came. Do not hide your scars. They are proof that you lived, that you endured, that you overcame. On October 1st, those scars will no longer feel like shame. They will shine like medals. Every chosen one has a story of breaking and rebuilding. Yours is no different. The difference is this: your story is not ending in breaking. It is unfolding into rebuilding, into rising, into shining. Hold on to this. When God restores, He does not return things to what they were before. He multiplies. He increases. He makes the latter greater than the former. This is the promise over you now. October 1st is not just the end of suffering, it is the beginning of abundance. So stand tall, lift your face, breathe deep. The air of a new season is already filling your lungs. You have survived the wilderness, and now you are crossing into promise. Chosen one. The time is near. The stage is ready. The door is opening, and you will walk through, carrying scars, carrying stories, carrying fire, and carrying victory. Chosen one. There is a deep mystery in the way heaven works. Often, the story of your life looks fragmented, as if scattered pieces have no meaning. Yet when God begins to assemble them, every broken shard forms a mosaic that reveals beauty. October 1st is such a moment of assembly. The scattered fragments will begin to align, and what once looked like chaos will reveal a pattern of purpose. It is natural that you have asked why so many times. Why did that person walk away? Why did that door close? Why did the prayers seem unanswered? These questions haunted your nights and gnawed at your hope. But the answers were not withheld to punish you. They were delayed until the appointed time, because the pieces could not make sense until they came together. October 1st will be the moment when many whys transform into I see. End quote. The ancient words recorded in Romans chapter 8, verse 28 still echo today. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. End quote. Notice the promise, in all things, not only in victories, not only in blessings, but in all things. This means the betrayal that broke you will be turned into wisdom. The disappointment that silenced you will be transformed into clarity. Even the mistakes you regret will be woven into redemption. Nothing is wasted when it is surrendered. Think of the process of making a stained glass window. Pieces of colored glass, sharp and broken, are carefully arranged by the hands of an artist. On their own, they look like discarded fragments, but when placed together, and when light shines through them, they form an image more breathtaking than a solid sheet of glass could ever display. Your life is like that window. Each broken moment has been positioned by divine hands, and when heaven's light shines through, the full picture will emerge. There was once a man who thought his failures had disqualified him. His career collapsed. His relationships fractured, and his reputation was scarred. He walked around convinced he was finished. But years later, the very lessons learned in those failures became the foundation of wisdom he used to build something greater. He found himself mentoring others who struggled in the same ways, offering them hope. The fragments of his past became the art of his future. Chosen one. The same truth applies to you. What feels like wasted years will be redeemed. What you thought buried will become testimony. The mess you endured will become the message you carry. And October 1st will be the day the light begins to shine through the stained glass of your life, revealing beauty even in the brokenness. Think also of the imagery of a river. Upstream, the water may seem turbulent, crashing against rocks, unpredictable and wild. But downstream, that same river becomes calm, fertile, and life-giving. Your past has been upstream turbulent, confusing, harsh, but you are now entering the downstream season, where the waters will nourish, restore, and refresh. Chosen one, let your heart rest in this. Your journey has not been wasted time. It has been investment time. The struggles were not detours. They were part of the map. The valleys were not punishment. They were shaping ground. The silence was not absence. It was preparation for the sound about to be released through your life. Every chosen one in history has walked through this paradox. Joseph had his pit and his prison before he reached the palace. David had his caves before he wore the crown. Esther had her hidden years before she entered the throne room. You too have had your seasons of obscurity. October 1st is your emergence. And when you emerge, you will not emerge empty-handed. You will carry wisdom, resilience, and authority that only come from lived experience. People will look at you and see strength, but they will not know the tears behind it. They will see light, but they will not know the nights of shadow. That is the paradox of chosen ones. They shine with a radiance refined in places unseen. Imagine yourself standing before a mirror. For years, the reflection, looking back at you, seemed diminished, tired, burdened, unsure. But now, the fog is clearing, and you will see what heaven sees. Someone equipped, someone radiant, someone who survived fire and carries flame. That image is the true you, and it will no longer be hidden. Chosen one. There will be moments in this new season when you feel unworthy, when the old lies try to creep back. Remember this: worth is not proven by perfection. Worth is proven by survival, by the fact that you are still here, by the truth that heaven has declared you chosen. You do not need to earn it. You need only to walk in it. Think of the caterpillar in its cocoon. From the outside, it appears still, lifeless even, but inside, transformation is taking place. The caterpillar cannot see its own wings forming, but they are forming nonetheless. Then, at the appointed time, it emerges, no longer crawling but flying. That is your story. October 1st is your breaking of the cocoon. You will stretch wings you did not even realize you had, and those wings will carry you further than your feet ever could. They represent new perspective, new strength, and new freedom. The struggles of crawling will not compare to the glory of flying. This is why heaven whispers again and again, trust the process, trust the pain, trust the silence, trust the waiting. Because all along, it has been shaping you for a moment such as this. Chosen one. As October 1st approaches, let your spirit lean into expectancy. The fragments are about to fit. The stained glass is about to glow. The river is about to calm. The cocoon is about to break. You are about to step into a season that will not only make sense of your past, but also light the path for your future. Lift your heart with hope. Your best days are not behind you, they are before you. Your story is not one of wasted years, but of redeemed years. And your destiny is not delayed, it is perfectly on time. Chosen one. Do you feel the stirring inside of you? It is the sound of destiny awakening. The quiet, yet undeniable vibration of purpose, pressing against the shell of limitation. For so long, you have carried promise like a seed hidden in soil. People may have looked at you and assumed nothing was happening. But heaven knew, beneath the surface, life was forming. October 1st is when that hidden seed breaks through the ground. The breaking is necessary. Seeds do not grow without pressure. You have felt pressed. You have felt stretched. You have felt the weight of the soil above you. Yet it is precisely that soil that has protected you until the right time. The waiting was not burial, it was incubation. Now comes the sprout, the evidence of growth that others can finally see. As Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 11, verse 28, Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. Chosen one, you cannot remain hidden any longer. Your light was never designed to stay under the ground. You were not meant to blend into the background. You are a city on a hill, a flame on a lampstand, a voice in a silent room. And October 1st is the day the covering comes off, the day your light is revealed in fullness. Think of a lighthouse battered by storms. Waves crash, winds howl, yet the light at its peak continues to shine. Ships lost in the night find their way because of that steady glow. That is who you are becoming. The storms did not destroy you. They certified you as one who can shine despite resistance. There was once a young woman who felt invisible most of her life. She was overlooked in school, disregarded in her career, forgotten in relationships. But deep down, she carried a sense that she was meant for more. She prayed through her invisibility, asking God if He still saw her. And in one defining season, He lifted her from obscurity into a place of influence. What changed? Not her worth. It was always there. What changed was the timing. She was revealed at the right moment, to the right people, for the right purpose. This is what October 1st will be for you. Not a day of becoming valuable, but a day of being revealed as valuable. You were always chosen. The world is only now catching up to what heaven already knew. But hear me. Chosen one, revelation requires agreement. When God unveils you, you must not shrink back into the shadows. You must step into the light. Fear will whisper, "Heed again." Shame will say, "You are not ready." But heaven declares, "Rise, shine." Oh, this is why I ask you to write in the comments these words, "I shine now." Oh, it is short, but it is powerful. By typing it, you are not simply making a statement, you are making a covenant. You are saying, "I refuse to hide any longer. I refuse to minimize my worth. I refuse to let fear silence me. I choose to shine. Now, not someday, not when I feel ready, but now." Do not underestimate this declaration. Words carry weight. They set the tone of your spirit. They echo in unseen realms. When you declare, "I shine now," you are aligning with the words Jesus already spoke over you. Heaven nods in agreement, and darkness trembles at the sound. Imagine a room that has been shut tight for years. Curtains drawn, dust settling. The moment someone pulls the curtains open, light rushes in, filling every corner. That is what your declaration does. It is the drawing back of the curtains. The light was always there, it simply needed space to enter. Chosen one. Shining does not mean you must be perfect. Shining means you allow the light within you to be visible, even through cracks and scars. In fact, it is through those very cracks that the brightest beams escape. Your imperfections are not disqualifications. They are proof that you are real, that you endured, and that God's glory is alive in you. So, rise in confidence. Step forward in faith. October 1st is the stage. Your life is the lamp, and heaven itself is the flame. And when you shine, others will find their way out of darkness. And understand this clearly. Chosen one, to shine does not mean you never feel weary. It means that even in weariness, you choose not to hide your light. When Jesus said, "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest." He was not inviting only the strong, he was inviting those who felt like collapsing under the weight of life. That invitation is for you. Your rest does not come from escaping your calling, but from stepping into it with His strength. By declaring, "I shine now," you are choosing to believe that your weakness will not cancel your worth, and your scars will not silence your voice. You are acknowledging that God's glory shines brighter through fragile vessels. The world does not need perfection, it needs authenticity, and your authentic light will pierce darkness more powerfully than you imagine. Chosen one. October. First is more than a date on a page. It is a sunrise written into your destiny. You have walked through a long night, one that seemed endless, but the horizon is already glowing with a light that cannot be stopped. This is the moment heaven has been preparing you for. The call of this season is simple. Do not hide, and do not shrink. You were never created to blend in with the crowd. You are like a star placed against the vast canvas of the night. A star does not ask for permission to shine, it simply shines, because that is its nature. So it will be with you. You will radiate what heaven has planted within you, and your light will guide others who are still lost in the dark. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 30, verse 5, "Weeping may last through the night, but joy comes with the morning." Chosen one. The morning is coming quickly. The night cannot hold you any longer. You will see joy where there was sorrow, and strength where there was exhaustion. And when the morning arrives, you will not only walk into it, you will invite others into it as well. Think of it this way. Your life is like a bridge built over deep waters. You have been walking across it in faith, step by step, uncertain if it could hold your weight. But soon, others will walk across that same bridge because of the example you set. What you endured in private becomes a safe passage for others in public. There was once a man who spent years building a small lighthouse on a rugged shore. The storms mocked him, and neighbors laughed at the structure. But the first night it shone, a ship caught in the storm saw its light and found safety. Suddenly, what seemed unnecessary became essential. In the same way, your endurance may not have made sense to others, but your light will save someone else's journey. This is where your voice, your story, and your action matter. When you choose to pass the light forward, you multiply hope. When you allow your story to be shared, you are giving someone else a map through their valley. And this is why I gently invite you, like this message, not because you must, but because it is like planting a flag that says, "This word matters to me." End of note. Share it if you sense there is someone in your circle who feels lost in the dark. By sharing, you are not simply sending a link, you are opening a window in their room so that light floods in. And subscribe if you feel this is a stream you need to return to, like drawing water from a well. Not because it is a rule, but because it is wisdom. When you remain near the flow of encouragement, you never run dry. Imagine each act like share, subscribe as 3 different pictures. Liking is striking a match, a small spark that says, "Yes, I agree." Sharing is passing the flame to another candle, doubling the light in the room. Subscribing is choosing to keep oil in your lamp so the fire never goes out. None of these diminish you. They only multiply what you already carry. Chosen one. October. First is not the day you will only receive, It is the day you will begin to pour out. And what you pour out will circle back to you, pressed down and running over. That is the rhythm of heaven. Generosity never empties. It always multiplies. There was once a woman who thought her small acts of kindness were unnoticed. She would write notes of encouragement, share simple meals, and speak softly to the broken-hearted. Years later, someone told her that one of her notes had stopped them from giving up. Her small had saved a life. In the same way, your small acts, your willingness to like, to share, to remain connected, will ripple further than you realize. Think also of rainfall. A single drop may seem insignificant, but when drops gather, they form streams, then rivers, then oceans. When you join your drop with others, when you act, even in simple ways, the result is an unstoppable current. That current is what October 1st will unleash, a movement not of isolation, but of connection. So, chosen one, do not see this as a demand. See it as an invitation into beauty, to light a match, to pass a flame, to pour water into a river, to be part of something greater than yourself. Each action you take is like a brushstroke on a canvas, adding color to the masterpiece of this season. October 1st will reveal that you were never meant to walk alone. You are part of a chorus, part of a family of chosen ones rising together. Your voice matters. Your agreement matters. Your presence matters. And when the dawn breaks, when the prophetic door swings open, you will know that you were not only chosen to enter, you were chosen to lead others through. And hear this clearly. Chosen one, October 1st is not the end of your fight. It is the beginning of your flight. The very ground that felt like it was shaking beneath you will become the runway that launches you higher. Your pain is not wasted. It becomes the wind at your back. Your tears are not forgotten. They become rain that nourishes new growth. So when you choose to like, it is your way of saying, I take ownership of this word. When you share, you are saying, I will not keep light to myself. When you subscribe, you are planting yourself by a flowing stream so you never run dry. These are not burdens, they are wings. And with them, you will soar into the season you were born for. Chosen one. As you journey closer to October 1st, a quiet strength is forming inside you. This strength is not loud, not boastful, and not easily seen from the outside. It is the kind of strength forged in silence, in patience, in unseen tears. It is the strength of roots growing deep beneath the soil, unseen by the eye, but essential to the life of the tree. The truth is, you have already been living through a season of transformation. Much of it has happened in ways that felt hidden. But hiddenness is not emptiness, it is preparation. Think of an arrow pulled back in a bow. To the untrained eye, the backward motion looks like retreat, but in reality, the tension is setting the arrow up for release. You are that arrow. What felt like setback was set up. What felt like retreat was preparation for launch. October 1st is the moment of release. The voice of God thundered in the book of Exodus, chapter 14, verse 14. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. This word is your reminder that you were never meant to fight every battle with your own hands. You have exhausted yourself trying to win wars that were not even yours to fight. Yet, heaven says, be still. Let God fight for you. Let the strength of the Almighty replace the striving of your weary heart. Chosen one. Stillness is not passivity. Stillness is trust. It is the deep decision to believe that heaven is moving, even when you cannot see movement. It is the faith to rest while the walls of Jericho tremble unseen. It is the courage to stand still while the Red Sea splits in two. Think of the caterpillar in its cocoon once again. Inside, it appears as though nothing is happening. The outside observer sees only stillness, but within, a miracle is unfolding. Wings are being formed. Structure is being reshaped. Vision is being transformed. When the cocoon finally opens, the stillness reveals itself as preparation for flight. That is your story. This is why you must not despise the waiting. Waiting is not wasted. It is weight training for the soul. Every unanswered prayer taught you endurance. Every closed door strengthened your resolve. Every quiet season expanded your capacity to hold more when the time arrives. There was once a man who built ships. For years, he worked in obscurity, carving wood while people mocked him. They laughed at the idea of rain, ridiculed the work of his hands. But when the floods came, his work became salvation. The very thing mocked in obscurity became celebrated in necessity. In the same way, the seasons where you felt ridiculed or misunderstood are the very seasons that prepared you to carry what others cannot. Chosen one. Let your heart be anchored in this. You are not behind. You are not forgotten. You are not overlooked. You are precisely where you are meant to be. October 1st is not coming to remind you of what you lost. It is coming to reveal what you have gained in the hidden years. Imagine a seed carried in the wind, landing in soil it did not choose. To the seed, it may feel like burial, like the end, but in truth, it is the beginning. That seed, pressed into darkness, eventually bursts into life. It breaks through the soil, reaching for the sun, carrying fruit inside that no one suspected was there. You have been that seed, and your breaking ground is near. Chosen one. This is your season of unveiling, not unveiling for the sake of applause, but unveiling for the sake of purpose. What heaven has placed in you must now be seen, because it is needed. The world is hungry for the fruit you carry. The nations are thirsty for the living water you can pour, and October 1st is the moment your jar is tipped, pouring out what has been stored within you for years. Do not underestimate the value of what you carry. Others may dismiss you because they cannot see it yet, but heaven never invested lightly. Every gift, every word, every ounce of endurance, it was poured into you with intention, and heaven does not waste oil. If you are carrying it, it is because you are meant to release it. Picture yourself as a lamp in a temple. For years, you were trimmed, filled, prepared, but hidden from sight. Now, the veil is being pulled back, and your flame will light the room, not because you begged for recognition, but because light was always meant to shine. Chosen one. Understand this. The unveiling will not always be comfortable. With exposure comes responsibility. With light comes visibility. With visibility comes scrutiny. But you are not to fear this. Just as a tree does not fear bearing fruit in season, you will not fear releasing what is within you. Your fruit will testify of your roots. Your light will testify of your flame. And through it all, remember the anchor: the Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Stillness will be your shield. Trust will be your weapon. Faith will be your ground. So, stand tall in this season. Stand not because you are unshakable, but because you are upheld by the one who never fails. October 1st is your appointed day, and heaven has already gone before you. The door is opening. The veil is lifting. The seed is sprouting, and the arrow is being released. Chosen one. Breathe deeply. You are stepping not into chaos, but into calling, not into fear, but into faith, not into emptiness, but into abundance. The long night is ending, and the dawn of destiny is breaking for you. Chosen one. The further you walk toward October 1st, the clearer the picture becomes. This is not simply a change of season, it is a change of story. You have carried chapters of pain, pages of rejection, and verses of disappointment, but heaven is writing something new. The ink of sorrow is drying, and the pen of promise is now touching the page. You must believe this. Your future will not look like your past. The weight that once pressed you down will soon become the platform that lifts you up. The enemy tried to bury you under shame, but he did not realize that seeds only grow when they are buried. October 1st is when you begin to see the green shoot breaking through the soil. As the prophet Jeremiah once declared in the 31st chapter, verse 25, I will refresh the weary and satisfy the faint. This word belongs to you. You have been weary, drained, and nearly emptied. But the refreshing is coming. Like rain falling on cracked ground, the Spirit is preparing to soak you with new strength. What was once barren will bloom. What was once dry will flow again. Consider the image of a desert. To the human eye, it looks lifeless sand. Dust, heat, yet beneath the surface, seeds lie dormant, waiting for rain. When the first drops fall, suddenly the desert bursts into flowers. That is your life. People may have judged you by what they saw, but God always knew the seeds hidden in you. October 1st is the rain. Chosen one. Here is where your agreement matters. Words spoken in faith are not empty. They are keys. They unlock what heaven has already prepared. That is why I ask you now to type this number in the comments. 555. Oh, this is not about superstition. It is about symbolism. The number 5 speaks of grace undeserved, unearned, overflowing. By writing 555, you are declaring triple grace over your life. You are saying, Lord, I receive your grace for my past, your grace for my present, and your grace for my future. Quote, do not take this lightly. When you place 555 inches, the comments, you are aligning with a truth larger than yourself. You are testifying before heaven and earth that you choose grace over guilt, power over fear, destiny over despair. You are planting a flag in the soil of your future and saying, this ground belongs to God. Let me show you the power of grace with a story. There was once a man who squandered everything: money, relationships, opportunities. He thought he was finished, but when he turned back, expecting rejection, he was met with open arms and a feast. That is the power of grace. It restores what shame says is lost. The prodigal became a son again. In the same way, grace will meet you on October 1st. Chosen one. Grace is not fragile. Grace does not bend under pressure or fade when you fail. Grace is steel, wrapped in love. It holds you when you stumble, lifts you when you collapse, and crowns you when you rise. That is why you must embrace it boldly. Think of grace like an ocean wave. You may stumble into the water, unsure if you belong, but the wave lifts you, carries you, and sets you back on shore. You cannot earn the wave, you can only receive it. And the waves never stop coming. That is grace, wave after wave, carrying you forward. When you type 555, you are stepping into that ocean. You are saying, I will not drown in shame. I will float in grace. I will not sink in fear. I will ride the current of favor. This is your declaration, your prophetic act of surrender. October 1st is not just about the end of pain. It is about the abundance of grace. Grace that covers the wounds. Grace that redeems the mistakes. Grace that multiplies what little you think you have into more than enough. Do you remember the 5 loaves and 2 fish? It was never enough for the crowd, but in the hands of Jesus, it became more than enough. Grace is the difference. What you call not enough becomes overflow when grace touches it. This is the same grace waiting for you now. Chosen one. The number 555 is not magic, it is memory. A reminder every time you see it that you are wrapped in grace. Triple grâce, complete covering, nothing left out. And here is the beauty: when you embrace grace, you also release grace. Those who once wounded you will be surprised by your forgiveness. Those who doubted you will be stunned by your peace. You will carry the fragrance of mercy, and it will change the atmosphere around you. Imagine walking through a burned field. The soil is black. The trees are gone. But then, new shoots of green begin to push through. Soon the field becomes even richer than before the fire. That is what grace does. It turns ashes into fertile ground. October 1st is the day the shoots begin to appear. Chosen one. You are not stepping into judgment. You are stepping into grace. Not into scarcity, but into overflow. Not into rejection, but into embrace. Grace is your inheritance, and it will not fail you. So let your spirit rise with hope. Type 555 as your agreement. Let it be your banner. Let it be your reminder. And as you do, remember this: October 1st is not the end of your struggle. It is the dawn of your grace-filled destiny. And every time you see 555, let it remind you that grace has already gone ahead of you. It covers the roads you have walked. It surrounds the place where you stand. And it flows into the paths you have not yet taken. You are not stepping forward empty-handed. You are stepping forward wrapped in triple grace. This is not fragile favor. It is unshakable covering. Grace is the anchor that steadies you and the wind that propels you. Chosen one. In every great story there is a wilderness, a place between the promise spoken and the promise fulfilled. You know that place well. It is where you wondered if God still remembered your name. It is where prayers seemed to hang in the air without answers. It is where you felt stripped of familiar comforts and left with silence. Yet, what you may not realize is that the wilderness was not punishment. It was preparation. The wilderness has always been the training ground of the chosen. Israel wandered 40 years, not to be forgotten, but to be forged. David hid in caves, not because he was unworthy, but because he was being refined into a king. Even Jesus was led into the wilderness, before his ministry began. Not because he lacked power, but because he was about to walk in it fully. You too have been walking in that pattern. Heaven speaks clearly through the words in Deuteronomy, chapter 8, verse 2. Remember how the Lord your God led you all the way in the wilderness these 40 years, to humble and test you in order to know what was in your heart, whether or not you would keep his commands. Chosen one. Notice the emphasis here. Led, not abandoned. Tested, not forsaken. The wilderness was not evidence that God was absent. It was proof that he was present, shaping you when no one else was watching. The stripping away was not cruelty, it was clarity. Think about the desert. By day, the sun exposes everything. There are no trees to hide under, no shadows to disguise what is real. In the same way, the wilderness in your life stripped away illusions. It forced you to confront what was fragile and what was eternal. You discovered that many things you clung to could not hold you, and slowly, you learned to cling to God alone. There was once a man who found himself in a long season of silence. His business failed. His friends turned away. His strength seemed gone. For years, he walked through the motions, waiting for relief. Yet in those silent years, he discovered something profound. God's voice was not gone. It was deeper. He began to hear in whispers what he once expected in shouts. And when his breakthrough finally came, he realized he was no longer the same man. He was stronger, wiser, and more rooted. Chosen one. That is your story too. Silence was not the absence of God's voice. It was the tuning of your ears to hear him differently. Loneliness was not abandonment. It was training in how to stand without needing validation from the crowd. Loss was not the end. It was the making of capacity for gain you could not yet hold. The wilderness reveals what comfort conceals. When life is easy, hidden weaknesses can remain undisturbed. But when life is stripped bare, the truth emerges. And in that truth, strength is forged. You learned who you really are in the wilderness. You discovered the depth of your endurance, the resilience of your faith, and the weight of your calling. Picture yourself as a diamond before it sparkles in the light. It is hidden deep in the earth, surrounded by pressure and darkness. It cannot be formed without weight, without time, without heat. The wilderness was your mine. You may have felt buried, but in truth, you were becoming. The pressure was forming brilliance in you that nothing else could create. And now, October 1st represents the shift from wilderness to promise. It is the threshold moment when the hidden jewel is lifted into the light. You will still carry the memory of the wilderness, but not as shame, as testimony. Your scars will no longer whisper, "I was broken." They will proclaim, "I survived." End. Chosen one. Your wilderness also birthed empathy. Those who have not suffered cannot truly understand the depth of pain, but because you have walked through valleys, you will carry compassion for those still walking. Your wilderness will become someone else's roadmap. The very desert you despised will become the proof that hope exists on the other side. Think of Moses guiding Israel. He could lead them through the wilderness because he had first survived his own wilderness. The lonely years in Midian taught him to trust God's voice above man's. Without that season, he would not have had the courage to face Pharaoh or to part the Red Sea. In the same way, your hidden years have been training you for leadership. Do not despise the wilderness. Chosen one. Without it, you would not know the depth of God's provision. Without hunger, you would not appreciate manna. Without thirst, you would not rejoice in water from the rock. Without silence, you would not recognize the whisper of His presence. The wilderness carved into you the awareness that everything you need flows from Him. October 1st is the moment when the wilderness gives way to fruitfulness. The barren land will produce. The dry riverbeds will flow. The wandering will cease. And direction will be clear. But you will not step into promise empty. You will carry the wisdom of the wilderness with you. And that wisdom will be your safeguard in the season ahead. So reflect now. Chosen one. Look back at the desert you survived. Remember the nights you thought would never end. Remember the days when despair pressed hard. And now, let gratitude rise, because you did not collapse. You did not perish. You did not lose your faith. You emerged with a resilience you never knew you had. This is the beauty of the wilderness. It is the crucible of chosen ones. Without it, there is no strength, nor depth, nor authority. But with it, you emerge tested, tempered, and ready. And when October 1st arrives, you will walk forward, not as a wanderer, but as a warrior. Chosen one. The wilderness was not your final chapter. It was your training ground. The promise still stands. The door is opening, and your destiny is ready for you to step into it. Stronger because of where you have been. Chosen one. There is a weighty truth that must rest in your heart. Heaven has written your days with intentionality. Nothing has unfolded by accident. Even the seasons that felt random, chaotic, or cruel were carefully permitted, not to destroy you, but to prepare you. October 1st is not just a date of relief. It is the unveiling of divine order, the alignment of moments you once thought were wasted. Think of the stars. To the eye, they seem scattered across the sky in random places. But when viewed with perspective, they form constellations, patterns that have guided travelers for centuries. Your story has been like that sky. For years, the pieces felt scattered, unconnected, and confusing. Yet, when heaven draws the lines, the constellations appear. October 1st is when your constellation is revealed, guiding you into the next stage of your journey. The Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Corinthians, the second chapter of the first letter, verse 9, "What no eye has seen, what no ear has heard, and what no human mind has conceived, the things God has prepared for those who love Him." Then for chosen one. This verse is not distant poetry. It is the blueprint of your future. What is ahead of you is beyond imagination. You cannot measure it by past experiences, nor predict it by present circumstances. The door that is opening leads to what eyes have not seen, what ears have not heard, and what hearts have not even conceived. This is why you felt so stretched, because heaven was preparing you to carry something bigger than you thought possible. Consider the potter shaping clay. At first, the clay resists, wobbling on the wheel, unable to hold its form. But the potter presses, molds, and reshapes, spinning it through motion after motion. To the clay, it feels endless, dizzying, and uncomfortable. But in the end, it becomes a vessel worthy of filling. You have been on that wheel. The spinning seasons of confusion, the pressure of being reshaped, they were not for nothing. They were fashioning you into a vessel fit to hold what no eye has seen. There was once a young man who dreamed of greatness, but life seemed to shrink him. Every opportunity closed. Every plan failed. He felt like clay left unfinished, discarded on the side. But years later, he realized that the waiting seasons had carved humility, wisdom, and resilience into him. When his moment finally came, he was not only ready to step in, he was ready to remain. For it is not enough to reach the door, one must also be able to stay beyond it. The potter's hand ensured he was strong enough to hold the weight of blessing. Chosen one. This is why your process mattered. October 1st is not just about arrival, it is about stability. What you are stepping into is not fragile. It is not a fleeting opportunity. It is rooted, anchored, and secure. The same hands that shaped you in pain will steady you in promise. Think of an oak tree. It begins as a tiny acorn, unnoticed in the soil. Years pass before it reaches its full stature. Storms bend it. Seasons test it. But its roots die deep, and its trunk thickens. Eventually, it becomes a landmark, unmovable, providing shelter to many. Your destiny carries the same pattern. You have been the acorn, the sapling, the tree bent by winds. October 1st is when you begin to stand as the oak, strong, visible, and unshakable. This is why the alignment matters. For years, it felt like your life was spinning in fragments. But alignment is when heaven takes every fragment and places it where it belongs. Alignment is when the puzzle pieces finally lock together, revealing the image they always carried. Chosen one. Do not underestimate what is coming. You are not being released into small things, but into great things. The pain you endured was proportional to the promise you carry. The longer the delay, the greater the unveiling. Heaven does not waste years. Heaven multiplies them. Your story is not unlike that of Joseph. He endured betrayal, slavery, and prison. His dreams seemed lost, buried under layers of suffering. Yet in one moment of alignment, everything changed. The same man mocked in prison became the one who fed nations. That is what October 1st signifies for you, the moment when suffering bows to significance, when waiting bends to fulfillment, when mockery turns into testimony. Chosen one. Rest in this truth. You are not walking into a fragile breakthrough, but into a fortified destiny. You have been tested by storms, but storms have only proven your roots. You have been pressed by hands, but those hands have only shaped your form. You have been stretched by silence, but silence has only tuned your ears. You are ready, not by accident, but by design. Imagine standing before a tapestry. For years, you only saw the backside: knots, threads, tangled colors. It looked chaotic, messy, unfinished. But then, one day, the tapestry is flipped, and the image is breathtaking. The chaos was part of the design. The knots were part of the strength. The colors, though messy up close, blended into beauty from a distance. October 1st is the flipping of your tapestry. So breathe. Chosen one. Let go of fear. Trust that heaven has not wasted your tears, your years, or your pain. Every piece was necessary. Every delay was intentional. And every moment has been building toward this unveiling. October First is not the end of your struggle, it is the alignment of your destiny. And when the door swings open, you will know every second was worth it. Chosen one. October 1st is drawing near, and with it comes not only relief from pain, but also the rising of your voice. You are not only a survivor, you are a witness. You carry stories that must be told, songs that must be sung, and light that must be revealed. What you endured was not simply for you, it was shaping you into a vessel that overflows. And when vessels overflow, others drink and live. You may wonder why your life has been so full of contradictions. Why has your heart held so much love, yet been broken so many times? Why has your spirit been so full of vision, yet forced to wait in silence? The answer is simple. Only those who have known hunger can truly feed the starving. Only those who have known thirst can truly offer living water. You were chosen to walk through the valley so that when you rise on the mountain, you can pull others up with you. As written in the book of Hosea, chapter 6, verse 3, let us acknowledge the Lord. Let us press on to know him. As surely as the sun rises, he will appear. He will come like winter rains, like spring rains that water the earth. Chosen one. Rain is coming. Rain that softens the soil of your heart. Rain that washes away the dust of long waiting. Rain that prepares the ground for new growth. Just as the seasons shift in nature, so the seasons of your life are shifting now. The dry land is not permanent. The cracked earth will not remain barren. Rain always comes. And when it comes, it restores what looked impossible. But here is the beauty of this moment. You are not meant to hold the rain for yourself. You are meant to let it overflow. The drops that refresh you are also meant to splash onto others. The streams that quench your thirst are meant to become rivers that flow into dry lands around you. Think of this message like a torch. When you light it, you are not simply clicking a button, you are lifting that torch higher, letting its flame shine brighter. Imagine standing in a dark valley, seeing torches rise, one by one across the hills. That is what your action creates, a landscape dotted with fire, showing others that light is still alive. When you share it, it is as though you are carrying your torch into another village, another valley, another house where someone has forgotten what light looks like. Sharing is not about spreading information, it is about carrying fire. Imagine knocking on a door and placing a lamp in someone's cold, dim room. Suddenly, their entire space shifts. That is what sharing does. And when you subscribe, it is like choosing to keep oil in your lamp. The flame you carry cannot last without oil. Subscription is not a rule. It is the act of saying, I will not let my lamp go out. I will stay near the source so that the fire in me burns consistently. Imagine a pilgrim who keeps refilling their flask at a well while traveling through the desert. That flask becomes their lifeline. Subscription is that. Refill it. Ensures you are never left empty on your journey. And here, chosen one, is another invitation. Not a demand, not a pressure, an invitation. Leave a comment, not as noise, but as testimony. Write your words as though you are carving them into stone, declaring what God is birthing in you. A comment can be as small as a phrase, yet it is like throwing a pebble into still water. The ripples travel further than you imagine. Someone, somewhere, may read your words and find the courage to breathe again. There was once a man who wrote down a single sentence in his journal after a night of despair. "I will not quit." Years later, that sentence found its way into the hands of another who was on the edge of giving up. That person's life was spared because of words scribbled in the dark. Do not underestimate what your comment might do. It is not just text on a screen, it is a seed of life planted in unknown soil. So let your heart choose freely. Let your actions be offerings of fire, of water, of seed. When you like, it is a spark. When you share, it is a flame carried to another. When you subscribe, it is oil for your journey. When you comment, it is a seed that multiplies beyond your sight. None of these are requirements. They are invitations into beauty, into impact, into overflowing. October 1st will be a threshold moment. On that day, the weight of old chains will fall, and the door of new life will open. But even before that day arrives, you can begin to move like someone who believes it. Lift your torch, carry your flame, plant your seed, keep oil in your lamp. These are prophetic acts of faith that prepare you for the fullness of what is coming. Chosen one, you were never meant to walk this road alone. Every like, every share, every word left behind is another spark in the darkness. Together, the chosen rise as a constellation of light, guiding each other through the night until the dawn breaks fully. So let it be said of you, they did not hide their flame. They did not hoard their oil. They did not keep their words silent. They let their light shine, and in doing so, they helped others find their way. October 1st is near. Your torch is ready. Your oil is full. Your seed is in your hand. Now is the time to rise, to shine, and to overflow. Chosen one, when heaven prepares a turning point, it is never sudden to him, though it may feel sudden to you. What seems like a single day of breakthrough has, in truth, been a process unfolding quietly in the background. October 1st will look like a sudden change, but in the eternal script, it has been long in the making. Every tear, every delay, every unanswered question has been weaving together into this unveiling. The truth is, destiny rarely arrives in a shout. More often, it comes like dawn, breaking after night. You do not notice the light all at once. You notice the sky slowly shifting, the stars slowly fading, the horizon quietly glowing. Then, without warning, the sun appears, and everything changes. That is what October 1st will be for you, not an interruption, but a dawning, as was spoken in the sacred texts of old. In the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, "For the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come, not delay." This is the assurance you need to hold close. The appointed time is never late. Even if it feels delayed in your human view, heaven does not rush, nor does it forget. It works with precision. Every detail of your preparation was necessary so that when the door opens, you are not only ready to step in, you are ready to remain. Think of a fruit tree. You cannot force it to bloom by shouting at it or tugging at its branches. It must move through its seasons: bud, flower, fruit. If harvested too soon, the fruit is sour. If harvested too late, it spoils. But when picked at the appointed time, it is sweet and nourishing. Your life has been following this pattern. What once felt like sour seasons or spoiled chances were simply moments outside the appointed time. Now, October 1st is when the fruit is ripe. There was once a woman who had prayed for years for breakthrough. She felt forgotten, like her prayers evaporated into thin air. Then, in a single day, her life shifted. Opportunities she had waited a decade for suddenly arrived. Relationships healed, and doors opened. Looking back, she realized that if those things had come earlier, she would have mishandled them. The waiting had shaped her into someone who could steward blessing with wisdom. Chosen one, you may feel as though the waiting stripped you of time, but heaven's perspective is different. The waiting multiplied your capacity. It trained your patience, deepened your trust, and stretched your resilience. October 1st is not late, it is right on time. Imagine the tides of the ocean. They move in and out with precision, never rushing, never faltering. You cannot command the tide to rise when you wish, but when it comes, it fills the shore completely. This is what the appointed time looks like: inevitable, unstoppable, perfect in its arrival. You are standing at the shore, and the tide is rising. Chosen one, hear this truth. What you thought was denial was delay, and what you thought was delay was design. Heaven was never ignoring you. Heaven was arranging you. Every step was calibrated. Every detour was accounted for. Every moment was included. The revelation awaits an appointed time. And now that time is approaching with certainty. The wilderness you endured was not just about stripping away. It was also about teaching you the language of trust. In the silence, you learned to recognize God's whisper. In the emptiness, you learned to find His presence. In the breaking, you discovered His strength. Without those lessons, the promise would crush you. With them, the promise will crown you. Chosen one, October 1st is not merely an ending, it is a coronation. You are stepping into a season where what you carry will be recognized. The dreams you hid will breathe. The gifts you doubted will flourish. The identity you questioned will be affirmed. And none of it will come by striving, but by timing. Think of the metamorphosis of a butterfly. Inside the cocoon, the caterpillar dissolves completely into liquid form before being rebuilt into wings. To the outside eye, it looks like nothing but stillness. But inside, transformation is radical. Then, at the appointed moment, the shell breaks and flight begins. Your cocoon season is ending. October 1st is the breaking of the shell. And yet, do not despise the cocoon. Without it, the butterfly would never gain wings strong enough to fly. Without the stillness, the flight would never last. Your waiting, your hiddenness, your silence, it was the strengthening of your wings. Chosen one, let hope rise again in your chest. Do not allow cynicism to whisper that nothing will change. Cynicism is the voice of the wilderness trying to follow you into promise. Leave it behind. Carry only faith, only expectation, only the trust that what God spoke, He will fulfill. There was once a king who waited years before sitting on the throne, promised to him. Enemies pursued him, friends betrayed him, and despair shadowed him. Yet when the appointed time arrived, he was lifted higher than he had imagined. His throne was not just a seat of power, it was a testimony of endurance. That is the kind of unveiling you are about to step into. so let your heart rest. The revelation may have lingered, but it was never lost. The tide may have delayed, but it was never denied. The fruit may have taken time, but it is now ripe. October 1st is the moment of certainly come. A one, chosen one. Lift your eyes from the past. The door is not behind you, it is before you. The wilderness does not define you, the appointed time does. And the season you are stepping into will carry a sweetness that erases the bitterness of waiting. Hold this truth firmly. When heaven says, now, no one can say, not yet. And heaven has spoken, your now is near. Chosen one. There is a fragrance that only comes after rain, the scent of soil awakened, the sweetness of air cleansed, the sense of renewal rising. That fragrance is a picture of your life after October 1st. You have endured a long drought, but rain is coming. The dust that clung to your spirit will be washed away, and what once looked barren will bloom with color. This is not simply poetic language, it is a spiritual reality. Your soul has been thirsting, your heart has been parched, and your hope has been tested. Yet heaven has not abandoned you to dryness. The clouds are gathering, not to threaten, but to bless. When the rain falls, it will not trickle, it will pour, and it will be more than enough. We are reminded in the book of Joel, chapter 2, verse 23, be glad, people of Zion. Rejoice in the Lord your God, for he has given you the autumn rains, because he is faithful. He sends you abundant showers, both autumn and spring rains, as before. And this scripture was written for moments like yours. The rains represent restoration, refreshment, and revival. They are a sign that the season of barrenness is over and the time of fruitfulness has begun. The Lord himself is faithful, and his showers are abundant. What you are about to step into is not small provision, it is overflow. Think of a farmer who waits through long dry months, praying for rain. His fields look cracked, his crops wither, and his hope weakens. But then, the rain begins to fall. At first, the drops stir the dust. Then the soil softens. Then the seeds, hidden within the ground, push upward. What seemed dead reveals it was only waiting. This is the same transformation awaiting you. Seeds that seemed forgotten will spring to life when heaven's rain touches them. Chosen one. Your life has been full of hidden seeds. Seeds of faith planted in your prayers. Seeds of perseverance planted in your endurance. Seeds of compassion planted in your tears. October 1st will be the beginning of the rain that calls them to the surface. What you thought had vanished will show itself as fruit. There was once a woman who spent years serving quietly, unnoticed, almost invisible. She prayed faithfully, gave generously, and encouraged others, yet felt her own life was stagnant. But in one season, her seeds began to bloom. Relationships were restored. Opportunities multiplied, and her influence expanded. She realized then that nothing she had sown had been wasted. The rain had simply come later than expected. This is what you must hold on to. Heaven never forgets a seed. Seeds wait for their appointed rain, and when it falls, the harvest is always greater than what was sown. Chosen one. Picture your life as a garden after a storm. The leaves glisten. The air is fresh. The ground is soft. In that moment, What once looked fragile stands tall again. That is how you will feel as October 1st arrives, the weariness lifted, the heaviness washed, the atmosphere renewed. And do not miss this. The rain will not only fall on you, but it will also flow through you. Rivers will run out of your life to water others. Where you once felt too dry to help anyone else, you will now carry overflow. Your words will refresh the weary. Your presence will bring peace. Your story will awaken hope. The rain that restores you will make you a fountain for others. Chosen one. The rain also brings clarity. Dust clouds the vision. But rain settles it. You have struggled to see your path clearly. But when the showers fall, perspective will return. You will look at your journey differently, understanding why certain paths were blocked and why others remained open. What felt like confusion will resolve into clarity. Think of a mountain lake after rain. The surface is calm, the water clear, reflecting the sky perfectly. That is the picture of your spirit after this season. No more murkiness, no more distortion, just clarity and peace. The rain also represents cleansing. Pain left residue in your heart. Bitterness tried to cling. Shame tried to stain. But just as rain washes dust off leaves, God's presence will cleanse your spirit. October 1st will not only mark the end of pain, but also the beginning of purity, where the stains of the past no longer define you. Chosen one, hear this. Your barrenness was never permanent. It was seasonal. Just as no winter lasts forever, no drought is eternal. Seasons shift, and the one who controls them has declared that your rain is coming. There was once a man who nearly lost everything. His fields failed. His family struggled. His heart grew heavy, yet he clung to the promise of rain. And when it came, the harvest doubled, and his heart rejoiced. He later said that the waiting taught him to treasure the rain more than he ever had before. You too will treasure what is coming because of what you endured to reach it. October 1st is more than relief, it is refreshment. More than breakthrough, it is renewal. More than ending pain, it is birthing abundance. The rain will come, and it will not leave you the same. So, let your heart lift in anticipation. Do not stare at the dry soil as though it will always be empty. Look to the clouds, for they are heavy with promise. Listen for the thunder, for it announces the downpour. Feel the breeze shift, for it carries the scent of change. Chosen one, this is your moment. The drought is breaking, the rain is falling, and your harvest is near. What you endured was not in vain. What you planted will not be forgotten. What you hoped for will not be denied. You are about to walk in fields alive with color, gardens blooming with joy, and rivers flowing with grace. The rain is coming, and when it falls, you will rise refreshed, renewed, and radiant. Chosen one, every step you have taken, even when it felt uncertain, has been leading you here. October 1st is not an interruption in your story. It is the continuation of what heaven wrote long before you were born. The pain you endured was not the whole book. It was only a chapter, and that chapter is now closing, making way for a new one to begin. You have been stretched, refined, and pressed in ways that others cannot see. And though the weight nearly crushed you at times, it also revealed something unshakable inside you. Like a coal pressed under earth and time, you have been transformed into a diamond, hidden, yes, Buried. Yes, but not destroyed, only being prepared to shine at the right moment. October 1st is that unveiling. According to what is revealed in the book of James, chapter 1, verse 12. Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him. Oh, chosen one, your perseverance has not gone unnoticed. Every night you stayed, every prayer you whispered through tears, every step you took when your strength was gone, heaven saw it all. And the promise is clear: a crown awaits those who endure. This crown is not just an image of eternity, it is a present reminder that you are marked for victory. But listen carefully, crowns are not given in comfort. They are forged in fire, in valleys, in deserts, in storms. And that is why yours carries weight. It is not made of paper, but of glory, pressed from every trial you endured. October 1st will not only ease your pain, it will set the crown upon your head. Yet crowns are also covenants. They are declarations that your story belongs not to defeat, but to destiny. That is why I ask you now, chosen one, to write this prophetic number in the comments, 888. This is not superstition, it is symbolism. The number 8 represents new beginnings, resurrection, and eternity. And 888 is a triple declaration: new beginnings in your heart, new beginnings in your path, and new beginnings in your future. By writing it, you are saying, I embrace the new season. I lay down the old chapters. I step into the story. Heaven is writing for me now. End quote. Do not underestimate this act. Typing 888 may look small, but it is a prophetic seed. Seeds never look impressive in the hand. Yet when sown, they break open, release life, and multiply far beyond their size. Your agreement with this number is not about digits on a screen. It is about aligning your spirit with heaven's declaration of newness. Imagine standing at the edge of a river. The waters behind you are polluted, stagnant, heavy with debris. But before you flows fresh water, clear and rushing with power. Writing 888 is like stepping into that new current. You are saying, I release the old waters. I let go of what was stale. I enter the flow of what is alive. Chosen one. Think of how many times you longed for a reset. How many times you said, if only I could start again. Heaven has heard that cry. And October 1st is your answer. Not a reset that erases your past, but one that redeems it, turning every scar into testimony, every tear into rain, every loss into soil for growth. There was once a man who carried the weight of repeated failures. His reputation was broken, his relationships strained, and his hope dim. But one day, he encountered the grace of God in such a way that his entire path shifted. He was not erased, he was reborn. The old man was gone, and the new man carried strength, dignity, and vision. That is what 888 means for you. Not erasure, but rebirth. Chosen one. New beginnings are not fragile, they are fierce. They do not whisper. They roar. They do not apologize. They declare. When you write 888, you are roaring with heaven, declaring that the new has come. The old is gone, and you will not look back with regret. Picture a phoenix rising from ashes. The fire that looked like destruction becomes the birthplace of new wings. That image is you. What burned you will not define you. What reduced you to ashes will be the soil from which you rise higher. 888 is your phoenix call. It is the sound of resurrection in your spirit. And as you step into this newness, you will find that the things that once held power over you will no longer chain you. Shame will no longer silence you. Fear will no longer paralyze you. Regret will no longer poison you. The chains will break, not by your strength, but by the authority of the one who crowns you with life. October 1st is your appointed day of new beginnings. It is not only the closing of pain, but the opening of promise. When you type 888, you are not just responding, you are participating. You are making your heart, your spirit, and even your future echo heaven's declaration. It is new, it is now, it is mine. So, Rise, chosen one. Write it boldly. Step into it fully. Let your declaration be a prophetic act that seals this truth. The new season has arrived, and you are walking through its door. And let this be clear. Chosen one. 880. 8 is not about numbers on a screen, but about alignment in your soul. Each 8 represents a door, one for your past, one for your present, one for your future. When you type it, you are closing the door to regret, walking through the door of today, and unlocking the door of tomorrow. It is heaven's way of marking you with resurrection life, with unstoppable beginnings. You are not circling old cycles anymore. You are stepping into forward motion, carried by grace, crowned with purpose, and sealed with promise. Chosen one. When you look back at the winding path that has led you here, it may seem uneven valleys, mountains, detours, and deserts. Yet heaven never lost track of you. What looked like wandering was guidance in disguise. What felt like delays were carefully measured, pauses. October 1st is not only a turning point, it is a confirmation that every step you took, even the missteps, have been woven into divine design. Your story has been like a tapestry viewed from the underside, threads tangled, knots visible, colors seemingly without order. But heaven sees the other side, the image taking shape. On October 1st, the tapestry is turned, and what looked messy will reveal its beauty. It is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 61, verse 3, to bestow on them a crown of beauty instead of ashes, the oil of joy instead of mourning, and a garment of praise instead of a spirit of despair. Chosen one. This promise belongs to you. You have worn ashes, carried mourning, and been clothed in despair. But heaven is changing your garments. You will exchange sorrow for joy, heaviness for praise, despair for hope. What you wear in the spirit will shift, and it will be evident even to those around you. Think of a tree scorched by wildfire. From a distance, it looks dead, its branches blackened. Yet, months later, green shoots begin to appear. Life returns where death seemed final. This is the transformation waiting for you. The fire that tried to consume you has only cleared space for new growth. Chosen one. Your ashes are not your ending. They are your altar. From the ground of what burned, New life will rise. This is why you must not despise the ashes. They are proof that you endured the fire. They are the soil in which heaven plants beauty. There was once a young boy who lost everything in a disaster. His family's home was gone, his possessions reduced to smoke. For years, he carried sorrow like a cloak, but over time, he discovered talents, connections, and opportunities that would never have come without the loss. Looking back, he realized the ashes had been the birthplace of his purpose. You too will see that what was destroyed did not destroy you. Instead, it refined you, redirected you, and revealed you. Chosen one. October 1st is not just about leaving pain behind, it is about receiving beauty in its place. Not a fragile beauty that can be stolen, but a crown secured by heaven itself. This crown is not ornamental, it is symbolic. It testifies that your mourning was seen, your despair was felt, and your endurance was honored. Imagine yourself standing in a royal court, ashes still clinging to your face. Then the king himself steps forward, lifting the crown from his own treasury and placing it upon your head. He does not wait for you to clean yourself. He places it on you while the ashes still show. To prove that beauty does not erase history, it transforms it. This is the essence of your destiny. You will not forget your valleys, but you will no longer be defined by them. The ashes will become a story, the mourning will become a song, and the despair will become testimony. Chosen one. Let your heart absorb this truth. What heaven gives in exchange is always greater than what was lost. Mourning cannot compare to joy. Ashes cannot rival beauty. Despair cannot overshadow praise. The weight of the old season cannot withstand the glory of the new one. There was once a woman who carried grief for years. She believed her laughter had died forever. Yet one day, in the simplest of moments, she found herself laughing again, deep, uncontrollable, full of life. That laughter healed her more than any words could. She realized then that joy had not abandoned her. It had been waiting for the right season to return. October 1st will carry that same restoration for you. The oil of joy will flow again. Your laughter will return. Not forced, but natural, rising from a healed heart. And your garment will shift. You will no longer be wrapped in despair, but in praise. People will see it in your eyes, hear it in your words, and feel it in your presence. Chosen one. This garment is not temporary clothing. It is your permanent inheritance. Despair will not be your uniform anymore. Praise will be your covering, your identity, your fragrance, and everywhere you walk, that fragrance will linger, testifying of the one who transformed ashes into beauty. Picture yourself entering a room clothed in despair, your shoulders slumped, your gaze heavy. Now picture yourself entering, clothed in praise, your shoulders lifted, your eyes shining, your steps firm. That transformation will not be cosmetic, it will be spiritual, undeniable, and unshakable. October 1st marks the exchange. You are stepping into a divine trade, ashes for beauty, mourning for joy, despair for praise. And heaven never makes unfair trades. What you receive will always outweigh what you release. So, chosen one, let hope stir again in your chest. The fire did not end you. The loss did not define you. The despair did not claim you. Instead, they have become the evidence that you are ready for the crown. The oil, The garment. October 1st is not only the end of mourning, it is the coronation of beauty. It is the anointing of joy. It is the clothing of praise. And when you step into it, you will know every ash, every tear, every sigh was worth the exchange. Chosen one. October 1st is not simply about you stepping out of pain. It is about you stepping into purpose. Pain ends. Yes, but beyond that, something eternal begins. When heaven marks you, it is never only for survival. It is for significance. What you carry will matter, not just to you, but to the lives you touch. That is why this message and your journey must not remain hidden. There are moments in history when voices rise, not because they are the loudest, but because they are the truest. You are one of those voices. The battles you fought, the valleys you endured, and the mountains you climbed have shaped you into a witness of hope. And a witness is not silent. The Word of God declares in the book of Psalms, chapter 96, verse 3, "Declare His glory among the nations, His marvelous deeds among all peoples." Chosen one. Your declaration matters. When you lift your torch, it lights more than your path. It lights the path of others stumbling in the dark. And one of the simplest, yet most powerful ways you can let that torch shine is through the actions you take now. When you like this message, it is not about a number ticking higher on a screen. It is like striking a tuning fork in a silent room. The vibration says, "This resonates in me. This is my song too." Imagine a choir where one voice dares to sing the first note. Liking is that note, the signal that harmony is about to begin. When you share, it is like taking a lantern down a long hallway. Each door you pass has people behind it, some hurting, some doubting, some ready to give up. Sharing is knocking on their doors and leaving light at the threshold. You may never know who picks it up, but the lantern you leave behind could be the flame that saves them. And when you subscribe, it is like pitching your tent beside a flowing river. You are saying, "I will not wander thirsty. I will return here, again and again, to drink." A tent by the river is not built from obligation. It is built from wisdom. It is choosing to remain close to the source so that when the heat of life scorches, you always have water to refresh your soul. Think of it this way. Liking is planting a seed. Sharing is scattering that seed into new fields. And subscribing is returning daily to water it. Each action is small on its own, but together they become a harvest. And harvests always feed more than just the planter. There was once a man who tended a tiny garden in his backyard. Neighbors laughed, saying it was too small to matter. But in time, that garden fed not only his family, but the families of those same neighbors. What seemed insignificant at first became life-giving later. In the same way, your small actions here may seem ordinary, but their impact is eternal. Chosen one. I must be clear, these are not demands. Destiny never demands, it invites. Just as God calls, "Come to me," not with chains, but with love. So too, this is an invitation. When you engage, you are not paying a price, you are joining a movement. You are adding your stone to the altar, your drop to the river, your flame to the fire. Picture a dark mountain range at night. One torch flickers alone, almost swallowed by shadows. But then, across the ridges, Other torches begin to appear. Soon, the whole range is outlined with fire. That is what happens when you and others join together here. Alone, your flame is strong. Together, it becomes unstoppable. October 1st is not just your moment, it is a moment for many. Your participation ensures the light spreads beyond you, reaching hearts you may never meet in person. And one day in eternity, someone may approach you and say, "It was your action that carried light to me when I was drowning in darkness." When you like, you are saying, "I stand in agreement." When you share, you are saying, "I refuse to hoard hope, I will release it." When you subscribe, you are saying, "I want to remain close to the fire so my lamp never goes out." These are choices of beauty, not burdens. There was once a widow in Scripture who gave 2 coins. To others, it seemed insignificant, but Jesus said it was greater than all the rest, because she gave with her heart. In the same way, your simple acts here are not measured by size, but by sincerity. Heaven does not see algorithms, heaven sees agreement. Chosen one, allow yourself to feel the weight and wonder of this. October 1st will be a door for you. But doors are not walked through in silence. You must walk with light, and with others by your side. These small choices like share, subscribe are like hands holding the door open wider so more chosen ones can walk through. So let your actions be offerings, not obligations. Offer your like as a spark, your share as a flame, your subscription as oil. Offer them freely, beautifully, knowing that heaven counts every spark, every flame, every drop of oil. And as you do, remember, October 1st is not just a date for you, it is a prophetic ripple. Your agreement sends waves outward, waves that will reach shores far beyond your imagination. Together, chosen ones will rise, and the world will know light has triumphed over darkness. And chosen one. Never underestimate the beauty of these simple acts. To like is to whisper yes to heaven. To share is to hand someone else a candle in the dark. To subscribe is to say, "I will keep coming back to the fire so I can stay warm and carry flame for others." Each choice is voluntary, yet each carries eternal weight. These actions are not about algorithms, they are about alignment. Alignment with hope, with community, with destiny. And every time you do them, you are sowing seeds that heaven waters. The fruit may not appear instantly, but it will appear. And when it does, you will see that your spark joined with others to ignite a blaze that could not be extinguished. Chosen one. Every breakthrough begins with a whisper before it becomes a roar. October 1st is drawing closer, and heaven has already begun to whisper into your spirit. It is time. You have walked through storms. You have endured silence. And you have carried burdens few could understand. Yet still, you stand. And this standing is not in vain. It is the posture of someone about to receive their crown. Think of an olive press. The olive is crushed, pressed, and squeezed until it seems nothing remains. But what flows out of that crushing is oil precious, powerful, and used for anointing kings and lighting lamps. Your crushing season has not been meaningless. It was the making of your oil, and October 1st will be when the oil of your life begins to pour. Not just for you, but for others who are waiting in darkness. It is written in the book of Hebrews, chapter 10. Verse 35. So do not throw away your confidence. It will be richly rewarded. M. Chosen one. This is a command to you right now. Do not throw away your confidence. You may feel weary, but your faith is the currency of your breakthrough. Your confidence is not arrogance. It is agreement with heaven. It is you saying, even if I cannot see it yet, I know it is mine, and this confidence will be richly rewarded. There was once a man who trained as a runner. For years, he ran daily. Though no race appeared on the horizon, people mocked him for preparing without a stage. But one day, unexpectedly, an invitation arrived for the biggest race of his life. Because he had trained in secret, he was ready in public. He did not win by luck, he won by preparation. That is your story too. Every quiet moment of faith, every hidden act of endurance, has been training for this moment. Chosen one. Do not be deceived into thinking your persistence has been wasted. The reward is real, and the reward is near. Confidence is the bridge you must walk across now. Imagine yourself standing before a locked gate. You hold the key in your hand, but fear whispers, it won't work. Confidence is the act of putting the key into the lock and turning it anyway. And when you do, the gate opens. Not because the lock was weak, but because you chose to use what you already carried. This is why I invite you now, chosen one, to make a declaration. Write these words in the comments. Faith stands tall. Oh, it is only 3 words, but it is a shield in the spirit. When you type it, you are not just leaving text, you are raising a banner over your life. You are saying, my faith is not bent. My faith is not broken. My faith still stands tall. Oh, do not underestimate what this declaration does. It is not just a phrase, it is a proclamation. Heaven hears it. Angels move at the sound of it. And your own heart is strengthened by it. Every time you read your own words back, you are reminded, I am not falling, I am standing. Picture a tree in a storm. The wind rages, the rain lashes, yet its roots hold firm. The branches may sway, leaves may fall, but the trunk remains unmoved. That is what faith stands tall means. Your circumstances may shake you, but your roots in God will not break. Chosen one. Many have misunderstood your endurance. They thought your silence was weakness. They thought your patience was surrender. But in reality, your stillness was strength. You did not crumble. You did not quit. You stood. And now heaven calls your standing faith tall. For it reaches beyond your own strength and into the strength of the Almighty. There was once a woman who lost nearly everything she loved. Her friends told her to abandon hope. Yet she clung to one phrase she whispered daily, I still believe. Those 3 words became her lifeline. Years later, her life was restored, and she testified that her declaration had carried her when nothing else could. In the same way, your words matter. Faith stands tall is not just a comment, it is your weapon, your reminder, your anchor. Chosen one. October 1st will be the reward for every time you chose to stand when it would have been easier to fall. The reward for every time you whispered a prayer into silence. The reward for every time you walked forward with no proof except your faith. The crown belongs to those who endure. And you have endured. So lift your spirit now. Type the words. Declare them boldly. Let faith stands tall echo in your heart. in your home, in the unseen realm around you. This is your statement of confidence, your agreement with heaven's promise. October 1st is not only about doors opening, it is about you walking through them with shoulders lifted high, with the confidence of one who knows they are chosen. You will not crawl through, you will stride through. And the words you write today will remind you, on that day, that you were ready all along. Faith stands tall. Chosen one, and so do you. And do not miss this. Chosen one. When you declare, faith stands tall, you are not denying the storms you faced. You are declaring that the storms did not defeat you. It is not the absence of battle, but the presence of victory. Every scar becomes proof that your roots held firm. Faith is not pretending the winds were gentle. It is proclaiming that even though the winds were fierce, you remain standing. That is strength heaven honors. And every time you see those words again, let them remind you that tall faith does not shrink in waiting, does not bow to fear, and does not collapse under delay. Tall faith stretches upward toward the promises of God, like a tree reaching for the sun. And October 1st will be the day when the light breaks, nourishing your roots and rewarding your endurance. Chosen one. When the story of your life is told, it will not be defined by the valleys, but by the climb. The valleys shaped you, yes, but they are not your identity. Your identity is written in the mountains you are about to ascend. October 1st will be the beginning of that climb, not toward struggle, but toward destiny. You will discover that the very hands that once trembled in fear are the same hands chosen to grasp glory. Life has often felt like a battlefield to you. You have faced resistance, not just in circumstances, but in your very soul. Fear tried to choke your courage. Shame tried to silence your voice. And weariness tried to steal your persistence. Yet still, you fought. And more importantly, you are still here. That is not coincidence, it is testimony. As we find in the book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 9, "Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." Chosen one. This is your command and your comfort. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is the decision to move forward even while fear is present. You have already shown courage, though you did not always see it in yourself. Every time you chose to get back up after a fall, every time you whispered a prayer instead of surrendering, every time you tried again when quitting seemed easier, that was courage. Think of a soldier on the battlefield. He does not always look fearless. Sometimes his hands shake. Sometimes his knees buckle. But courage is not about appearances, it is about action. He moves anyway. Not because he feels brave, but because the mission matters more than the fear. You are that soldier. October 1st will not erase your fear. It will prove that your faith was always stronger. Chosen one. The courage you carry is not only for yourself. Courage is contagious. When you step forward, others will see and find strength to do the same. Your faith will awaken theirs. Your boldness will stir their own. Heaven chose you not only to rise, but to inspire rising in others. There was once a young girl who grew up in a war-torn land. Fear was everywhere. Yet she found herself caring for children younger than her, guiding them to shelter, comforting them with songs. She never thought of herself as brave, but those around her saw her as a pillar. Years later, She realized that courage is often invisible to the one carrying it, but undeniable to those watching. That will be your story too. Courage is not loud. It is not always dramatic. Sometimes courage is simply showing up. Sometimes it is saying no when everyone else says yes. Sometimes it is holding on when everyone else lets go. And sometimes it is daring to hope again after hope has been crushed. You have carried this kind of courage quietly, faithfully, and October 1st will reveal just how powerful it has been. Chosen one. You must also see that discouragement has been one of your greatest battles. It creeps in when promises feel delayed, when prayers feel unanswered, when progress feels invisible. But hear me, discouragement is not truth, it is a fog. And fog does not erase the road, it only hides it. When the sun rises, the fog lifts, and the road is clear again. October 1st will be the sunrise that clears your fog. Your journey has often felt like walking through mist, unable to see far ahead. But the truth is, heaven always saw the path clearly. You were not wandering. You were being led. And though you felt lost at times, you never truly were. The Lord was with you wherever you went. Picture yourself standing at the base of a mountain. The peak is hidden in clouds, the trail uncertain, but step by step, you climb. Some days are slow, some days are steep, some days you slip, yet every step brings you higher. Then one day, the clouds part, and you see how far you've come. That is the moment awaiting you on October 1st. Chosen one. The presence of God has been your unseen companion all along. You may not have always felt him, but he never left. In the silent nights, he was there. In the painful valleys, he was near. In the moments you nearly broke, he held you. And now, his presence will not only sustain you, but propel you into your destiny. There was once a shepherd boy who guarded his flock in solitude. He fought lions and bears when no one watched. He sang songs under the stars when no one listened. Yet those private battles and songs prepared him for public victory. When the giant appeared, he did not collapse. He remembered the God who had been with him all along. In the same way, your private victories have been preparation for the public unveiling of October 1st. Chosen one. Hear this deeply. Courage is not something you must wait for. It is already within you. It has been proven by your survival. It has been tested by your endurance. It has been revealed by your persistence. October 1st will not give you courage. It will reveal the courage you already carry. And with that courage, you will step into rooms you once thought were too great for you. You will take positions you once thought belonged to others. You will embrace identity you once doubted was truly yours. The fog is lifting, the mountain is clearing, and the crown is waiting. So lift your spirit. Stand tall in your calling. Be strong and courageous, not because the journey is easy, but because the Lord your God is with you wherever you go. And when you reach October 1st, you will look back and know the valleys did not break you, they built you. Chosen one. There is a rhythm to destiny. It is not random, nor is it chaotic. It follows the steady heartbeat of heaven, a cadence that never falters. You may have felt out of sync at times, stumbling through delays or trapped in cycles you could not escape. But heaven has always kept time perfectly. And October 1st is the moment when your rhythm aligns with his. When the scattered beats of your story come together into a symphony, think of a great orchestra preparing for a performance. At first, every instrument plays separately. Horns blare, strings hum, drums echo. It sounds like chaos. But then the conductor raises his hands, and suddenly, all the scattered sounds merge into harmony. That is your life. Chosen one. The noise you endured was not the end, it was the prelude. October 1st is when the conductor lifts his hand and the music begins in full. The ancient words recorded in Romans chapter 8, verse 28 remind us, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." End quote. Chosen one. Notice the phrase, "in all things," not just in victories, not just in celebrations, but in failures, in heartbreaks, in disappointments. All things are included. Even the chapters you regret, even the mistakes you made, even the losses that felt unbearable, heaven has been weaving them into a greater good. There was once a painter who created portraits with broken glass. People thought his medium was strange. Why not use whole pieces? But he said, broken glass reflected light more beautifully than whole glass ever could. And when he finished, the portraits shimmered with colors no one had ever seen. That is your life. The broken pieces are not wasted. They are arranged into beauty. Chosen one. You have often looked at your life and thought, this cannot be redeemed. Yet Romans assures us, it can. And it will. All things are working together. Not some things. Not most things. All things. Imagine threads of different colors, dark, light, vibrant, dull. On their own, they seem mismatched. But when woven together, they create a tapestry. The dark threads give depth. The light threads give contrast. The vibrant threads give beauty. Without any one of them, the picture would be incomplete. So it is with your story. You may not see the whole tapestry yet, but October 1st is the day heaven flips the fabric and shows you glimpses of the image forming. You will begin to understand why some doors closed, why some people left, why some seasons were prolonged. It was not punishment, it was pattern. Chosen one. The purpose in your pain is not always visible at first, but purpose is never absent. Sometimes the very tears you shed watered seeds that are only now breaking through the soil. Sometimes the silence you endured built strength in your voice that will now carry further than you ever dreamed. Sometimes the nights you thought wasted were in fact the hours heaven was writing the lines of your destiny. There was once a man who missed a train, frustrated and bitter at the delay. Yet that missed train spared him from disaster, and he later realized what he thought was failure was actually protection. How many times has heaven quietly rerouted you, saving you from battles you did not even know were waiting? What felt like disappointment was, in truth, deliverance. Chosen one. October 1st will not only open a door, it will also reveal a pattern. You will see connections where you once saw only chaos. You will hear harmony where you once heard only noise. You will find beauty where you once saw only brokenness. And through it all, one truth will ring clear. You have been called according to his purpose. That calling is not fragile. It cannot be erased by failure, cancelled by rejection, or delayed by opposition. The call of heaven is eternal, and it rests on you still. Think of a compass. No matter how you spin it, the needle always returns to north. In the same way, no matter how far you wandered, your spirit always returned to the call. That call has been pulling you, guiding you, anchoring you. And now, October 1st, is the moment when north and your feet finally align. Chosen one, do not despise the path you walked. Every valley, every turn, every shadow, it all matters. Without the shadows, you would not recognize the light. Without the valleys, you would not cherish the peaks. Without the delays, you would not value the timing. All of it has been used. All of it has been redeemed. You are stepping into a season where hindsight will bring healing. You will look back and weep, not with sorrow, but with gratitude, because you will finally see that heaven never abandoned you. You will understand that nothing was wasted. Even your wounds will become windows, shining light into the lives of others. There was once a woman who kept every broken piece of pottery she owned. Years later, she discovered the art of kintsugi, mending broken vessels with gold. The cracks became the most beautiful parts, shimmering brighter than the untouched pieces ever could. That is your story. Chosen one, the cracks in your life are being filled with gold, and your brokenness will shine brighter than perfection ever could. So let your heart rest in this truth. All things are working for your good, not because you planned it, not because you earned it, but because you are loved, chosen, and called. October 1st will prove it not just with words, but with tangible evidence. Doors will open, clarity will come, and beauty will rise from ashes. Chosen one, the symphony is beginning. The conductor has lifted his hand. The scattered beats of your life are about to merge into harmony, and when they do, you will stand in awe, realizing that the rhythm of heaven has carried you all along. Chosen one, every season you have walked through has been shaping your inner vision. There were moments when life felt blurred, when the fog of discouragement clouded your sight, and you could not see what was ahead. Yet, even in the haze, heaven was sharpening your eyes for the day of unveiling. October 1st is that day the scales fall, the fog lifts, and you will see with clarity you have never known before. Clarity is powerful. It does not remove every challenge, but it removes confusion. It does not erase battles, but it shows you where to aim. The enemy has tried to blind you, to make you stumble in circles, to keep you questioning your path. But the Spirit of God is giving you eyes like an eagle, able to spot destiny from a great distance. As the prophet wrote in the book of Nahum, chapter 1, verse 7, "The Lord is good, a refuge in times of trouble. He cares for those who trust in him." No, chosen one, this verse is your anchor. The Lord has been your refuge. Even when you could not see it, he has carried you in his care when the world turned away. And he has been clearing your vision so that when the door opens, you will not miss it. Think of a sculptor chiseling stone. At first, the stone looks shapeless, formless, without identity. But with each strike of the chisel, the form emerges: eyes, face, beauty. What once looked like random strikes was actually revelation. That is what heaven has been doing in you. Every strike of pressure, every cut of circumstance, has been revealing your true form. Chosen one, October 1st is not about a random blessing. It is about vision restored. You will begin to understand why certain seasons unfolded the way they did. You will recognize the hand of God in places you once thought were empty, you will discern the path forward with confidence. No longer stumbling in uncertainty, but agreement is key. Heaven reveals. But you must receive. That is why I ask you now to type this number in the comments. 4,444. Oh, this number is not coincidence. It carries a prophetic symbol. The number 4 is tied to stability. 4 corners of the earth. 4 winds. 4 seasons. By writing 4,444, you are declaring stability over your destiny. You are saying, no more chaos, no more circles. I stand in alignment. I step into order. Oh, imagine a house built on sand. It shifts. It cracks. It fails. But a house built on 4 strong pillars stands against storm and time. Your comment of 4,444 is that foundation. You are laying down your pillars of faith, declaring that your life will be rooted, steady, and secure in God's design. Chosen one. Think about how much instability you have endured, relationships that collapsed, opportunities that slipped away, seasons that felt like shifting sand. But October 1st will not be shaky ground. It will be a foundation you can build on. By typing 4,444, you are prophetically stepping onto rock instead of sand. There was once a man who built a bridge with 4 great pillars sunk deep into the riverbed. Storms came. Waters rose. But the bridge held. Generations crossed safely because of those pillars. Your faith will be that bridge. Your declaration will be those pillars. And your stability will bless not only you, but those who walk behind you. Chosen one. This is not superstition. Numbers themselves are nothing without meaning. But when you attach faith, they become symbols, anchors for the soul. 4,444 is your anchor of stability, your proclamation of order, your agreement with heaven's design. Picture yourself planting 4 stakes in the ground around you. Each one says, here I stand, here I remain, here I am, unshakable. That is what you declare when you write 4,444. October 1st will not be a fleeting moment. It will be a season of foundation. Doors that open will not close quickly. Blessings that arrive will not evaporate. Relationships birthed in this season will not be fragile. You are entering a time of establishment, of security, of roots going deep. Do not fear instability anymore. The shaking you endured was only to remove what could not last. The foundation now laid will remain. And when you step through the prophetic door of October 1st, you will carry the assurance that your ground is steady. Chosen one. Stability is not only about circumstances, it is also about your spirit. Where you once swayed in doubt, you will now stand in faith. Where you once bent under pressure, you will now rise unshakable. Where you once feared collapse, you will now walk in confidence. 4,444 is your declaration that you are rooted, anchored, and secure in God. So, make the statement bold. Let heaven see it. Let your own eyes read it. Let your spirit feel it. Write 4,444 and know your house is built. Your pillars are strong and your foundation is eternal. October 1st is not only the end of pain, it is the beginning of stability. Chosen one. The storms may still come, but they will not topple you. Winds may howl, but you will not fall. Shaking may happen, but your foundation will hold. Because your life is not standing on sand, it is built on the rock that cannot be moved. October 1st is your new ground, and you will not be shaken again. And understand this, chosen one, when you write 4,444, you are not typing empty digits, you are aligning your spirit with stability itself. Each 4 becomes a corner of your foundation. Faith, hope, love, and endurance. Together, they form a square that nothing can topple. It is a prophetic act, declaring, I will not wobble between two opinions. I will not be carried away by shifting winds. I will stand, rooted and established. October 1st is not only a day of open doors, it is the day heaven plants your feet firmly on rock, where your destiny cannot be shaken. Chosen one. October 1st is not just about doors opening for you, it is about you becoming a door for others. You have carried burdens that few could see. You have walked valleys that felt endless, and you have endured nights that seemed starless. Yet here you are, still breathing, still standing, still waiting on God. That survival is not small. It is testimony, and testimony is never meant to remain silent. It is meant to flow outward, touching lives beyond your own. When light is placed in a lantern, it does not only illuminate the glass, it spreads into the room. In the same way, the breakthrough coming to you is not confined to your life. It will spread into families, friendships, and even strangers who encounter your words. That is why it is so vital, chosen one, to let the light keep shining, not hidden, but multiplied. Scripture says in the Gospel of John, chapter 1, verse 5, the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. This light is already burning within you. It is not fragile. It is not fading. It is unshakable. Darkness has tried, but it has failed. Now your task is simple. Let the light shine further. And here is where your action matters. Every step you take to amplify this light, whether by voice, by deed, or by presence, adds to the glow. Even something as simple as engaging with this message has weight in the unseen. When you like, it is not a meaningless tap, it is a spark. Imagine a campfire at night. Someone strikes a flint, and a small spark catches. Soon, wood begins to glow. Flames begin to rise, and warmth begins to spread. Your like is that spark. It tells heaven, this word has touched me. This fire belongs here. Now, when you share, you are no longer just sitting by the fire. You are carrying burning embers into the night. Think of villagers passing torches to one another, lighting homes across a valley. One flame becomes 10, then 100. Sharing is more than forwarding. It is scattering fire so that others trapped in cold darkness can feel warmth again. And when you subscribe, you are doing something even deeper. You are choosing to remain by the fire consistently. A traveler who keeps returning to the fire never grows cold. Subscribing is like building a seat by the hearth, saying, I will return here. I will keep the flame close. This is not obligation, it is wisdom, like staying near the source of warmth during winter nights. Think of these actions like share, subscribe as water, wind, and soil. The like is water, nourishing the seed within you. The share is wind, carrying the seed into new fields. The subscription is soil, giving the seed a place to root and grow strong. Together, they create a harvest, not just in your life, but in the lives of countless others. There was once a man who built a lighthouse on a dangerous coast. At first, ships ignored the light, thinking it insignificant. But one by one, lives were saved because that light was visible. Eventually, the entire community depended on it. In the same way, your engagement here is not small, it is part of keeping the light visible, so others do not wreck themselves on unseen rocks. Chosen one, I want you to feel the freedom in this. None of these actions are demands. They are invitations. You are not forced to light the torch, to carry embers, or to sit by the fire. But if your spirit feels the pull, let it be voluntary. Let it be beautiful. Because each act is not for numbers, it is for souls. Imagine this message as a bridge stretching across a river. Every like is a plank laid down. Every share is a rope securing the bridge. Every subscription is a post anchoring it into the ground. Together, they make the bridge stronger, and as it strengthens, more people can cross from despair into hope, from confusion into clarity, from pain into peace. Your participation is not about building my bridge, it is about building ours. A path where chosen ones rise together, where none are left stranded, where every life matters. Chosen one. October 1st is the day your pain bows to purpose. Your scars become songs, and your story becomes a torch. Do not keep that torch under a basket. Let it shine. Let others see. Let others know. So when you feel prompted, let your spark ignite through a like. Let your flame travel through a share. Let your presence remain close through a subscription. Do it not as a duty, but as an offering of hope, of fire, of light. And as you do, remember this: light never diminishes when shared. A candle that lights another does not lose its flame, it multiplies it. Your light will not weaken by being passed on, it will grow stronger, brighter, unstoppable. October 1st will prove this to you. The fire within you will shine outward, and as it does, you will see others begin to rise. Together, chosen ones will burn like a constellation across the night sky, each star testifying, darkness has not won. Chosen one. Your journey has been long, and sometimes the road has felt endless. Yet the truth is this: every step was counted, every tear was treasured, every sigh was heard. You have not been wandering aimlessly, you have been walking toward destiny. And October 1st is not just another date, it is the milestone carved into eternity where heaven says, now, your spirit has been tested in ways words cannot capture. Storms came, winds roared, fires burned, and shadows lingered. But you endured, not because you had unshakable strength of your own, but because a greater strength upheld you. The fact that you are here, listening to this very message, is proof enough. You were preserved for purpose. The Word of God declares in the book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6, being confident of this, that he who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. Chosen one. This scripture is your assurance that the work in you is not abandoned. It is not half done. not forgotten, not discarded. Heaven does not start what it does not intend to finish. And you, dear one, are the masterpiece being completed. Think of an artist painting a canvas. At certain stages, it looks messy, colors clash, strokes seem random, shapes unclear. An untrained eye might say, "This is ruined," but the artist sees the vision, layer by layer, detail by detail. Beauty emerges. That is your story. What looked messy was never ruin, it was process. October 1st is when the picture becomes clearer, when you realize the chaos was part of the design. Chosen one, your part is to agree, to not throw away confidence, to not despise the process, to not give up before the unveiling. Heaven's design is unfolding, and your declaration matters. That is why I invite you now to write in the comments these words: "Hope lives here." And it is only 3 words, but they are alive with power. By writing them, you are declaring that despair does not own your address anymore. You are announcing that your life is a dwelling place for hope, not hopelessness. You are choosing to let hope breathe again where it once felt suffocated. Think of a house abandoned for years, windows shattered, dust covering the floors, silence heavy. Then, one day, someone opens the door, sweeps the dust, lights a lamp, and fills it with life again. That is what your declaration does. Hope lives here is you opening the door, lighting the lamp, sweeping out despair, and welcoming life back in. Do not underestimate what this does in the unseen. Hope is a flame that frightens darkness. When you declare, "Hope lives here," you are setting fire in the rooms of your soul. You are telling grief, "You have no permanent residence." You are telling fear, "You cannot board here anymore." You are telling the future, "You are welcome because hope already occupies this space." Chosen one, hope is not fragile, it is fierce. It is not a soft whisper that dies easily. It is a roar that refuses to be silenced. When hope lives in you, despair cannot linger. When hope builds its home in your heart, even sorrow finds no place to rest. There was once a woman who carried despair so deep she thought her days were over. But one morning, she looked in the mirror and whispered to herself, "Hope is not gone." That small statement shifted everything. Over time, she found joy again, rebuilt her life, and carried light to others. Her declaration was not magic, it was alignment. She made space for hope, and hope filled it. That is what you are doing now. When you type, "Hope lives here," you are aligning with heaven's truth. You are saying, "I refuse to let despair write my story. I choose hope, not because I see all the answers, but because I know the one who holds them." Ove, chosen one. October 1st will be a housewarming for your soul. Hope will move in fully, decorating every room with peace, joy, and promise. Where once there were cobwebs of fear, there will be curtains of faith. Where once there were cracks of regret, there will be windows of vision. Where once there were echoes of sorrow, there will be songs of praise. Picture a garden, once abandoned, soil dry, weeds overtaking, color gone. Then, hands begin to tend it. Seeds are planted. Water is poured. Sunlight shines. Slowly, green sprouts. Flowers bloom. Fragrance fills the air. That is the transformation awaiting you. Hope lives here is the sign posted at the gate of that garden. Chosen one. Your declaration is not only for you. When others see it, they too will be stirred. Someone scrolling in silence, weighed down by despair, may stumble on your words and whisper them for themselves. And in that whisper, their house too will begin to fill with hope. So declare it boldly. Let it be your banner. Let it be your seed. Let it be your anchor as October 1st approaches. You are not abandoned. You are not unfinished. You are not hopeless. You are a dwelling place of life, of light, of hope. And when the day comes, you will walk into it knowing this truth written over your spirit. Hope lives here. Chosen one. October 1st is not just a threshold in time, it is a threshold in identity. You are not simply walking into a new season, you are walking into a truer version of yourself. For years, circumstances tried to convince you that you were less than what heaven declared. Pain whispered lies about your worth. Failure tried to stamp you with shame, and rejection attempted to rename you. But heaven's voice has never changed. From the beginning, you were marked as chosen, set apart, and destined for glory. Identity is not formed in comfort, it is revealed in conflict. When everything around you pressed against your calling, when the enemy tried to distort your reflection, when voices told you that you were insignificant, you learned to cling to the only voice that truly matters. And now, the voice of God is thundering again. This is who you are. As we are reminded in the book of Ephesians, chapter 2, verse 10, for we are God's handiwork, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do. I, chosen one. These words dismantle every lie you've believed. You are not an accident. You are not forgotten. You are God's handiwork. That means intentional design, deliberate crafting, intricate care. The artist of heaven himself shaped you with purpose in mind. Every feature of your being, every detail of your journey, every step of your path, it is all part of a masterpiece. Think of a sculptor carving marble. At first, the block looks ordinary, rough, unremarkable, but the sculptor sees what others do not. Strike by strike, he chips away what does not belong, revealing the beauty hidden within. People walking by may not understand. They see only fragments falling, dust scattering. But when the work is finished, the masterpiece stuns the world. Chosen one. You are that sculpture. Every strike of hardship, every chip of loss, every dust cloud of disappointment has been shaping you. October 1st is when the cover is lifted, and the world sees what heaven saw all along. Chosen one. You must let this truth settle. Your worth does not come from applause or approval. It comes from the artist who made you. Others may have overlooked you, underestimated you, even dismissed you, but heaven never has. The blueprint of your destiny was drawn before you even took your first breath. There was once a boy born into obscurity. He was small, overlooked even by his family. When a prophet came to anoint a future king, no one thought to call him, yet heaven's eyes were fixed on him, and the oil flowed on his head. That boy became David, the shepherd king, the one after God's heart. You, too, have been overlooked by man, but not by God. The oil of destiny rests on you still. Chosen one. Identity is not just about who you are, it is also about what you carry. You were created in Christ Jesus for good works, prepared in advance. That means your future is not random, it is written. There are assignments with your name on them. Doors built for your hands to open. People waiting for your voice to speak. October 1st is the moment the assignments begin to unfold visibly. Picture a book sealed for years. Its pages unread. Its stories hidden. Then suddenly, the seal is broken, and the words within shine with meaning. That book is your life. For years, much of your purpose has remained hidden, even from yourself. But now, the seal is breaking, and the story is about to be read aloud. Chosen one. Do not fear this unveiling. Yes, responsibility will come with revelation. Yes, visibility may bring scrutiny, but you were not chosen because you are flawless. You were chosen because you are faithful. The good works prepared for you are not burdens. They are blessings. They will fit you like garments, tailored perfectly for your frame. There was once a woman who spent years believing she had nothing to offer. She compared herself constantly, always finding herself lacking. But one day, she dared to believe that she was created with purpose. She stepped into small acts of obedience, encouraging, giving, serving. To her surprise, doors opened, opportunities came, lives were touched. She realized that purpose had always been within her. It had simply been waiting for her to believe it. So it is with you. Chosen one. October 1st will be the day your belief catches up with your design. No longer will you see yourself as insignificant. You will recognize yourself as God's handiwork, chosen for good works already prepared. You will stop shrinking in comparison and start walking in confidence. Identity is not about striving, it is about alignment. You do not have to become someone else to fulfill your destiny. You only have to become who you truly are. And who you are is already written, chosen, anointed, handcrafted, called, chosen one. Think of a mirror fogged after a shower. The reflection is blurred, distorted, but when the steam clears, the image is sharp. That is what October 1st will be for you. The clearing of the fog. You will see yourself as heaven always has. And when you see yourself rightly, you will live differently. You will walk with a straight spine, not bowed by shame. You will speak with clarity, not silenced by fear. You will act with authority, not paralyzed by doubt. Your identity will not be theory, it will be visible, undeniable, unshakable. So hold fast to this. You are not unfinished. You are unfolding. You are not disqualified. You are designed. You are not lost. You are led. October 1st is your day of identity revealed, of purpose awakened, of destiny embraced. Chosen one. Rise as the masterpiece you are. The world is about to see what heaven has always known. You are God's handiwork, and your time has come. And lean into this truth. Chosen one. When heaven calls you his handiwork, it means you are not a product of chance. You are a signature of the divine. Every detail in your story, even the chapters you thought were wasted, has been part of the crafting. The scars became brushstrokes. The tears became ink. The storms became texture on the canvas. Nothing was wasted. And October 1st is not when your worth begins, it is when your worth is revealed. You are stepping into a season where your true identity will echo louder than every false label you once believed. No longer forgotten, but chosen. No longer rejected, but appointed. No longer broken, but crowned. The unveiling will not erase your past, it will redeem it. Every wound will become part of the testimony that proves who you are in God's design. And when you walk through that door, the world will see clearly. This is the one heaven always called chosen, chosen one. October 1st is not only about relief, it is about restoration. To restore means more than to repair what is broken. It means to bring back to its original intention, to return something to the fullness of what it was always meant to be. Heaven's promise over your life is not just survival, not just endurance, it is restoration to joy, to peace, to strength, to destiny. You have endured seasons where it felt like too much was lost. Relationships fractured, opportunities slipped, strength drained, and hope diminished. You looked at the fragments around you and wondered if they could ever be pieced together again. But restoration is not about piecing it, it is about recreating. The potter does not glue shards together. He reshapes clay into something even more beautiful than before. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 51, verse 12. Restore to me the joy of your salvation and grant me a willing spirit to sustain me. Chosen one. This is your prayer and your promise. The joy you thought was gone will return. Not shallow happiness, but deep, sustaining joy, the kind that remains even when storms rage, the kind that fills you with strength to keep walking. Joy is not a fleeting spark, it is the oil that keeps your lamp burning. Think of an ancient building, weathered by time, scarred by storms, walls cracked. At first glance, it seems ruined, but in the hands of a skilled restorer, every crack is mended, every stone reset, every wall strengthened. When the work is finished, it stands taller, more beautiful, more resilient than before. That is the picture of your life. What felt ruined is about to stand again. There was once a man who lost his voice through illness. For years, he could barely speak, and his heart sank with despair. But through a long process of healing, his voice returned, not only restored, but stronger and richer in tone. He went on to inspire thousands with words of hope. What he thought was permanently lost became the very tool of his destiny, chosen one. So it will be for you. Restoration is heaven's specialty. Where the enemy brings theft, God brings return. Where time seems wasted, God multiplies. Where sorrow seems endless, God plonge joy. October 1st will be the beginning of restoration, and you will find that nothing was lost beyond God's reach. Chosen one. Restoration also means alignment. When something is restored, it is set back into its rightful place. You may have felt out of alignment, disconnected from your purpose, from your strength, from your clarity. But heaven is realigning you, like a dislocated joint being set back into place. It may have been painful, but once restored, you will move with freedom and power again. Picture a river that has been blocked by debris, branches, stones, mud. For a while, the water pools stagnant, and still. But when the blockage is removed, the river flows again, stronger than before. That is restoration. Your river is about to flow again. The blockages are being lifted. The stagnation is breaking. And fresh water is moving through your spirit. Restoration also touches your memory. For too long, your mind has replayed loss, pain, and regret. But heaven is rewriting your memory, not erasing it, but redeeming it. Where you once remembered only despair, you will remember deliverance. Where you once saw only brokenness, you will see beauty. Your testimony will not be, "I was ruined," but "I was restored." There was once a widow who wept daily over what she had lost. But over time, God restored her joy through new family, new community, and new hope. She never forgot her pain, but she began to see her story differently. Instead of bitterness, gratitude filled her heart. Her restoration was not only in circumstance but in perspective. Chosen one. Your eyes too will shift. You will see your past no longer as an endless loss, but as a path that led to greater restoration. Chosen one. Restoration is not partial, it is complete. Heaven does not patch holes, it rebuilds. Heaven does not leave gaps, it fills. And what God restores, He restores fully. The joy of your salvation, the strength of your spirit, the peace of your heart, all will return. Pressed down and overflowing. October 1st will be your day of return. Return of clarity, return of strength, return of vision. You will not walk forward limping, you will walk forward leaping. You will not survive the season, you will shine in it. So hold this truth tightly. Restoration is coming, and it will be undeniable. The ruins will rise, the ashes will bloom, the sorrow will sing, and the broken will shine. Heaven's hand is steady, and His promise is sure. What He restores, no one can take away. And let this be clear. Chosen one. Restoration is not about returning you to who you once were. It is about unveiling who you were always meant to be. You will not step back into an old version of yourself. You will step forward into a fuller, stronger, radiant version. The trials did not erase you. They refined you. The wilderness did not waste you. It strengthened you. What you thought was breaking you was actually shaping you into someone who can carry greater glory without collapsing. Restoration also means recovery of time. Seasons you thought were wasted are being redeemed. Just as a tree cut down can sprout again when its roots remain, your life will sprout where others thought it was finished. You will look at areas once barren and see them bloom again. You will laugh where you once mourned, sing where you once sighed, and dance where you once dragged your feet. October 1st is not just restoration, it is acceleration. What was lost will be returned, and what was delayed will be delivered in fullness. Chosen one. The closer October 1st draws near, the more you may feel a strange mixture in your heart, anticipation blended with hesitation, excitement tangled with fear. This is natural. Every threshold carries tension. When Israel stood at the edge of the Red Sea, they felt the same. Behind them was Egypt. Pressing hard, before them was water, impossible to cross. But in that very tension, heaven revealed its power. What looked like a dead end became a doorway. That is what October 1st is for you, a moment where endings disguise themselves as beginnings. You have walked long in shadows, but now you will see light breaking through. Do not be surprised if resistance increases just before your breakthrough. The enemy often rages the loudest when he knows his grip is slipping. But the noise of opposition is not evidence of defeat. It is confirmation that victory is near, as Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 19, verse 26. With man, this is impossible, but with God, all things are possible. And, chosen one, this scripture is your shield right now. What you face may seem beyond your strength, your wisdom, your resources, but it is not beyond His. The impossible is simply the stage on which heaven displays its power. Your story is about to prove that impossibility is not a barrier. It is an invitation for God to move. Think of a seed buried deep underground. To the human eye, it is surrounded by darkness, weight, and silence. But hidden within that soil, something is stirring. The pressure does not kill the seed, it activates it. Then, at the right time, the sprout breaks through, defying the weight that once covered it. That seed is you. October 1st is the day of breaking through the soil. There was once a man who faced overwhelming debt and crushing despair. By human reasoning, there was no way out. Yet, against every odd, opportunities came. Doors opened, and provision flowed. Looking back, he said, I had reached the end of what I could do, and that was where God began. Chosen one, this is your reality too. The end of your strength has never been the end of your story. Chosen one, impossibility has been a theme in your life, not to defeat you, but to define you. You were created to be a living testimony that what man calls impossible, God calls inevitable. The very obstacles designed to break you will become the monuments of your faith. People will look at your life and say, only God could have done this. Oven. Picture a locked gate made of iron, guarded, sealed, immovable. For years, you have stood before it, praying, weeping, pushing, waiting. Nothing moved, yet at the appointed time, the gate will swing open, not by your strength, but by divine command. That is the impossibility of October 1st turning into reality. Chosen one. Impossibility also strips away illusions. It reminds you that you were never meant to carry life alone. It drives you back into the arms of the one who made you, the one who sustains you, the one who calls you chosen. And when you surrender, when you stop trying to control the uncontrollable, you discover the sweetest truth. You are not abandoned, you are upheld. There was once a woman who prayed for healing for years. Doctors said it was hopeless. Friends gave up. Even her own strength wavered. Yet she clung to a thread of faith. One day, suddenly, the healing came. She realized then that impossibility was never the final word. God was. Chosen one. October 1st will be the day where impossibility bows. The chains that looked permanent will break. The walls that looked unscalable will crumble. The doors that looked sealed will open. You will not only step out of pain, you will step into promise. Do not be surprised if fear tries to whisper louder in these days. Fear is the shadow cast by breakthrough's light. The closer you move to fulfillment, the darker the shadow may appear. But remember, shadows cannot harm you. They only prove that light is present. Chosen one, lift your eyes higher. Do not stare at the size of the mountain. Look at the strength of the one who moves it. Do not measure your future by your own capacity. Measure it by his aid. The God who parts seas, who raises the dead, who multiplies loaves, who shakes prison doors is the same God who calls you his. October 1st will be a testimony that nothing is too hard. It will be the day you look back and say, I thought it was impossible, but with God, it was inevitable. And from that day on, impossibility will never terrify you again. It will remind you of who walks beside you. Chosen one. You were not chosen for small victories. You were chosen to be a living witness of miracles. And now, the miracle is near. And let this be clear. Chosen one, the impossible you face is not proof of weakness, it is proof of calling. God places chosen ones in impossible spaces so that his glory cannot be confused with human effort. If the gate were easy to open, no one would marvel when you walked through. If the mountain were small, no one would gasp when it moved. The very size of your obstacle is the measure of the testimony being prepared. So, when October 1st comes, and doors swing wide, remember, it is not by your might, not by your power, but by his Spirit. That truth will anchor you, so you never again fear impossibility. Instead, you will see it as a canvas, waiting for God's hand to paint his wonder. You will walk boldly, knowing that your story is not just about endurance, it is about demonstration. You are not surviving, you are showcasing that with God. The impossible is always possible, and his chosen ones are living proof. Chosen one. October 1st is not merely a date on the calendar, it is a prophetic hinge. It is the moment when heaven's script overtakes earth's delay, when the unseen breaks into the scene, and when your life shifts from surviving to soaring. You have been waiting, praying, hoping, even trembling. But now the weight is giving way to unveiling. You may look at yourself and see someone scarred, someone tired, someone ordinary. But heaven looks at you and sees someone marked, someone tested, someone ready. What you call scars, heaven calls seals of endurance. What you call tired, heaven calls trained. What you call ordinary, heaven calls chosen. The voice of God thundered in the book of Exodus, chapter 14, verse 14. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. This scripture is not passive resignation, it is active trust. To be still does not mean to do nothing, it means to cease striving in your own strength and let heaven's strength prevail. The battles you could not win were never yours to win alone. October 1st will show you that the fight has always been tilted in your favor, because the Lord himself has been fighting for you. Think of a soldier surrounded by enemies, exhausted, weapon nearly dropped, heart almost surrendered. But then, the king's army arrives, sweeping across the battlefield with unstoppable force. The enemies scatter, the tide turns, and victory becomes certain. That soldier is you, and that army is heaven. You were never outnumbered, you were backed by the infinite, chosen one. October 1st is the day heaven vindicates you. Every false word spoken against you, every scheme plotted to break you, every attempt to silence you, they will fall. Vindication is not about proving others wrong, it is about proving heaven faithful. You will not need to defend yourself. Your life will become the defense. There was once a woman who endured years of being misunderstood. Her kindness was taken for weakness, her silence for insignificance. Yet when her season came, the fruit of her life spoke louder than accusations ever could. Those who doubted were silenced by the evidence of blessing. That is what will happen for you. Chosen one. October 1st will silence lies with truth, darkness with light, despair with hope. Chosen one. You must also see that this moment is not only about you, it is about legacy. Your breakthrough is a seed for future generations. The choices you make now, the victories you walk into, the doors you open, they will echo beyond your lifetime. October 1st is the spark, but the flame will outlive you. Picture a torchbearer in a relay. He runs his part of the race, but the flame he carries is passed on. His run matters not only for himself, but for those who come after. You are that torchbearer. Your obedience, your endurance, your faith. It will ignite faith in others long after your season has shifted. And here is the beauty. Heaven is not only restoring what you lost, it is multiplying it. The seeds you planted in tears will come back as fields of joy. The prayers you whispered in secret will resound as testimonies in public. The doors opening for you will not be narrow, they will be wide. Enough for you and those attached to your destiny to walk through together. Chosen one. Do not underestimate the ripple effect of your breakthrough. One open door can change a household. One act of faith can shift a community. One testimony can awaken hope in nations. And you are standing at the threshold of that testimony now. There was once a farmer who sowed seeds in a barren land. Neighbors mocked him, saying nothing would grow. But he continued, season after season. One day, rain fell, and the barren land bloomed into abundance. His harvest not only fed his family, but the entire village. Your life is the same. What you have sown will feed many. October 1st is the beginning of harvest. Chosen one. You must also embrace rest in this season. Rest is not laziness, it is confidence. It is the assurance that heaven is working even when you are not striving. You will discover that breakthroughs are not manufactured, they are received. And the greatest strength is found not in constant motion, but in trust-filled stillness. October 1st is the day heaven whispers, rest now, the battle is won. Walk forward with confidence. You are not limping into this season, you are being carried by victory. And do not miss this. October 1st is not the end of pain, only it is the opening of a prophetic door. Behind that door are assignments, opportunities, relationships, and revelations designed for you. You will not only enter, you will flourish. You will not only survive, you will reign. So let your heart breathe. Let your spirit rise. Let your soul rejoice. The wilderness is behind you. The Red Sea is parting. The promised land is before you. October 1st is your hinge, your door, your dawn. Chosen one. When history looks back on your life, it will not remember you for what you lost, but for what you carried through. You are not defined by defeat. You are marked by destiny. And October 1st is the day when destiny steps fully into view. And understand this clearly. Chosen one. October 1st is not a fleeting spark. It is the sunrise of a new day. Once the sun rises, night cannot demand it to set again. Your breakthrough will not vanish like mist. It will stand firm like the morning. This is why the Lord whispers, "Be still, and know I am God." You are not walking into uncertainty. You are walking into certainty, written long before you doubted, sealed long before you wept. The door before you is not fragile, it is eternal. Step through, for your season has come, and it will remain. Chosen one. The journey has reached its close. Yet in truth, this is only the beginning. October 1st has been revealed to you not as a date to circle, but as a door to walk through. The words you have heard were never meant to tickle ears. They were meant to awaken destiny. And now, the question is not whether the door exists. It is whether you will step through it with confidence, with faith, with hope alive in your chest. The battles you fought, the nights you wept, the doubts you carried, they were not wasted. Every scar became proof that you were forged in fire. Every sigh became incense that rose before heaven. Every delay became preparation for endurance. And now, as this message closes, your spirit must decide, will I shrink back into silence? Or will I rise as the chosen one heaven has always declared me to be? You were not here by chance. You were drawn here, pulled by a hand unseen. For such a time as this, that is why I invite you, chosen one, to mark this moment not with passivity but with response. When you like, you are not simply reacting, you are sealing an agreement, saying, "This word is for me. I claim it, I carry it." When you share, you are becoming a messenger, carrying light into corners where shadows still linger. Think of it as striking a match and handing it to another so they too can find their way home. When you subscribe, you are planting yourself by the fire. Fires need tending, and lamps need oil. Subscribing is your way of saying, I will remain close to the flame. I will return for strength, for clarity, for encouragement. It is not a burden, but a lifeline, a way of staying rooted so you do not wither when storms return. And, chosen one, I ask you to leave a comment as a testimony. It does not need to be long, it only needs to be real. Maybe you will write, "I receive this." Or maybe, "My door is open." Or even just, "I choose hope." Whatever it is, let it be your declaration that this was not just another message you scrolled past, it was an encounter. And encounters demand response. Picture it this way, your like is a spark, your share is a torch, your subscription is the steady oil, and your comment is the inscription carved on the altar of this moment. Together, they become a monument, not to me, not to this channel, but to the God who brought you here and spoke to your spirit through these words. So, chosen one, let your response flow freely, not from compulsion, not from guilt, but from gratitude, because when heaven marks a day like October 1st, when heaven pauses to whisper destiny over your life, the only fitting answer is, yes. Lord, I receive it. I will walk in it. Do it now. Let the spark, the flame, the oil, and the inscription be your offering. And as you do, know this, your story is only beginning, your light is only rising, and your crown is only waiting. The door is open. Step through it and never look back.